coach in Camp Peak, joining us. Have a lot of time to kill before kickoff at about 6:30, but since we did mention first-year head coach Cam Peak, former defensive coordinator for FDNY, starting out at 4-0, you can't ask much better from a first-year head coach than we've gotten out of Cam Peak.
No, and like John Rosati, he's a player's type of coach. You know, him and Rosati spoke the same language, so quite frankly, the transition was seamless when Cam Peak took over as head coach. A guy who emphasizes defense. Learning the offense this year was somewhat of a challenge for him, but he got his feet wet with it, and now he's here leading New York's bravest with a 4-0 record. And you can't say enough about what Cam Peak has done for this program. Vinny Shada, the new assistant coach as well. You got Mark Pop in as the offensive coordinator and Sal DiAgostino in as the defensive coordinator. So some new faces within the coaching staff, but the bravest mindset doesn't change. You still got key veterans on this team like Joe Herman, Richie Richards, and Denzel Wilson as well, guys who have been here for a while.
Wow, I'm getting overwhelmed with some rock star names with the FDNY, but we might as well dig in. I mean, getting back to Camp Peak for a minute, you know, obviously a defensive-minded team and a dirty, absolutely dirty secondary led by John Moody, one of the co-captains of this team. Several turnovers in the first game that we announced against the Tri-State Shields, a win for the FDNY. I think it was 2 picks, 4 turnovers, and I think the key for FDNY is their ability to capitalize on those turnovers. And whichever team today, Tom, makes the most mistake-free, plays the most mistake-free football, and turns the ball over less, in my opinion, is going to win the ball game. Not necessarily going out on a limb with that one.
That's definitely a key to the game, mistake-free football, folks, because there was about 7-8 turnovers in last year's game at MetLife, and it proved to be costly for both squads, especially NYPD. And back to the FDNY, we got to call the game on May 7th against Tri-State out in Bethpage, and that was an interesting game because they won that game 27-6. They forced 5 turnovers in that game, and then they went on to force 5 turnovers again in their following game on May 21st. Against New York Corrections Department. So they pride themselves off their defense. Their offense is always in position to capitalize. And NYPD head coach Kevin Shanahan brought this up. You don't want to make mistakes because FDNY will make you pay for it almost every time.
Well, let's talk about it. The one thing Tom and I did not expect against the Tri-State Shields was the 1-2 combination punch of Chris Rigoli and John Conklin. Rigoli will start the game today at quarterback for FDNY, and don't be surprised, Tom, depending on how his performance goes in the early going, Coach Peak will not hesitate in bringing backup quarterback John Conklin, who really does provide a different dynamic. Not afraid to scramble with the ball, not afraid to create, not afraid to use slot receivers, including Heedles, who will be starting at running back today, the former quarterback for FDNY.
Tommy Heedles in a new position, a guy who's pretty much, he'll do whatever you ask him to do. He's played receiver. He's played tight end. He's kind of like a Taysom Hill-esque type of player, a guy who...
Whoa, lofty comparison.
He's a utility player. Remember,
very athletic kid, too.
We asked Tommy Heedles in pregame, how do you feel about that 68-yard touchdown against Tri-State? Well, he felt really good about it. Chris Rigoli threw a nice dime to him. Tommy Heedles has developed nicely into a good receiver for Chris Rigoli, who in last year's game at MetLife against NYPD, he did struggle a little bit at times, but he did enough to win the football game. Chris Rigoli, he had 3 interceptions, but he also had 3 touchdown passes, John. So definitely, not the worst outing for Rigoli. The weather that day was just insane. Both quarterbacks really, turned the ball over quite a bit. So I think, as we mentioned, whoever turns the ball over less tonight will win the football game. But with the NYPD, they take more of a traditional approach. They like to run 11, 12 personnel. They like to run the football a lot from what we've seen in past years, as where FDNY runs more of a spread offensive set where you see a lot of 4 receivers, and sometimes that will tire out the linebackers in the secondary unit, as where the FDNY think they're a little bit more quick, more explosive. PD is more powerful, though.
Well, like John Conklin said, I had an opportunity to talk to the backup quarterback before the game. This spread offense can cause all sorts of problems for the NYPD. And one of the things to think about when it comes to Conklin's ability to run with the ball and improvise and create are all the options that he has at his disposal when he's forced out of the pocket. I can't talk enough about number 13, Joe Herman. 3 touchdowns at the wide receiver position for the FDNY over the last 2 games. He's a big body at 6'2". He is one of my players to watch today offensively for FDNY.
And another thing about Joe Herman, he makes contested catches, folks, and he's very good at creating separation from his defensive backs. He had a touchdown.
Yards after the catch, without a doubt.
Yards after the catch, and he had a touchdown in the PD game last year. You know, his father was actually a cop who was killed in the line of duty. So last year, the 20-year commemoration game of 9/11, a little bit emotional for him. And it was great to see Joe Herman have that type of performance. Now Brian Vomero retired from the football team. Joe Herman takes that next step as wide receiver number 1.
Absolutely. Continuing with the offensive weapons for the FDNY, and we're going to get to PD in just a little bit. But let's talk about the backfield, Tom.
Yeah.
A couple of changes in the backfield. Of course, Heedles will be starting at running back today. A new position for him, some schemes that he had to learn as far as X's and O's for when his number gets called. But let's talk a little bit about their running back position.
Yeah, Tommy Heedles, Ricky Dalcortivo. Dalcortivo is more of a pass-catching back that you'll see today. He did have a touchdown last year in the Fun City Bowl that was called back for a penalty. So it'll be interesting to see him on third down situations. He's a really good pass catcher. And they have a lot of guys. Coach Peak mentioned you might see some of Nick Sumter. You might see some of David Fung as well. May not see Kadeem Jonas today. We'll see. But the FDNY has a plethora of running backs that could potentially tire out this NYPD defensive line. So it's going to be an interesting strategy defensively for the NYPD to make sure they don't get tired out early.
Kadeem Jonas, as Tom just mentioned, banged up. It will be a big loss for him. They're their number 1 back. We shall see. Stranger things have happened, and both coaches have, quite frankly, admitted to me so much is going to depend on the first possession for each of these teams offensively to feel each other out and decide how much room there's going to be out there. But again, expect a low-scoring game. That's what I'm going to throw out there. But all bets go out the window with this one, Tom. And you know what? Emotions are going to be running high. You got to factor that in. The weather's nice. It's a beautiful afternoon for football. A little bit hot out there, but expect the temperature to cool down. Don't see any issues there like we had against Tri-State with so many turnovers. And one other thing that FDNY told me before the game, Coach Peak, he feels like his guys are peaking at the right time. Chris Rigoli, the starting quarterback, said that as well. Peaking at the right time. I would say PD a little bit more banged up overall, Tom, than FDNY, struggling with some injuries. But the bigger team, as far as the O-line is concerned, a bigger team and a heavier team, how much does that play into today's matchup?
Well, you're looking at guys like Tyler McDevitt and Matt Maddox, the right guard, who played at college football at the University of Illinois. So he's a Division I player who has been on this NYPD for a couple of years now. And that offensive line can move people. Denzel Wilson, the nose guard for FDNY, is going to be challenged a lot along with John Cunningham. And Cam Peak did mention that, quite frankly, he believes Denzel Wilson is the best nose tackle in this league. He has a good nose for stopping the run. He opens plays up for John Cunningham. This NYPD offensive line will have to account for Denzel Wilson, who often commands double teams and combo blocks. There's a new starting center this year for New York's finest, and that is Tyler Frigerio. He is a first-year player out of Farmingdale, New York. So I'm excited to see how he goes against veteran guards and Matt Maddox to his right and Ken McNair to his left.
You know, we got so much to cover, and you guys are lucky. No commercial breaks as of yet, just me and Tom. So, Tom, let's just recap everybody if you're just joining us. John Heffernan alongside Tom Scavetta here at the Fun City Bowl 2022. It's a battle of the undefeateds, 4-0 FDNY versus NYPD, and we are giving you the breakdown of the X's and O's right now. We are about, Tom, 12 minutes away from our ceremonies kicking off here on the field, and we will go to those live as soon as that happens. Tom, if we have a second, we got to talk about the drop back passer, pocket passer, 6'4", 225, the quarterback for the NYPD in his 7th season, Tyler Ryan, a seasoned veteran, unflappable in the pocket, but it's going to be key for FDNY to put pressure on this guy to force him out because he does not have the mobility of a Rigoli or a Conklin.
Well, they forced 2 Tyler Ryan interceptions last year. They have to rush him, use their quick and explosive front 7 to get to him. Tyler Ryan's a big dude. At 6'5", 225 pounds, he can let it sling. So before we step aside for a break here, folks, we just want to let you know that we will be back to preview the game. We'll talk about both head coaches. We'll talk about the First Responders Children's Foundations in just a few moments here on Facebook Live. We'll be right back.
There is a mental health crisis in this country that has hit the children of first responders the hardest. These kids live each day with the fear that their first responder parent may not come home.
I didn't get to say good night or I love you or I'll see you soon. That's been the hardest part for me.
It was very restless at nights when he'd have to go in for a fire because it was a really big fire and they asked for more people. So he got scared every once in a while every time he had to go in.
A lot of kids don't feel comfortable talking to their parents about this information. Where if they knew that there was resources out there, I think they would use them.
No child should have to carry this burden. The First Responders Children's Foundation Resiliency Program provides mental and behavioral health support. Join us in our mission. Their future depends on you.
Folks, welcome back to Mitchell Field here in Uniondale, New York. My name is Tom Scavetta, joined alongside John Heffernan on the call for tonight's 2022 Fun City Bowl featuring New York's finest and New York's bravest. John, I want to quickly shout out somebody watching in the live stream on Facebook for FDNY. Mama Maggie, a longtime photographer recovering from surgery. Camp Peak and the team wishes you, Maggie, a speedy recovery. We know you're with the team in spirit tonight, so we very much appreciate you watching, and the team is thinking of you. So best wishes from us, John and I, and our staff here in your recovery, and we wish you the best.
Maggie, big shout out as the NYPD takes the field, led by the American flag in formation, in pairs coming out onto the field as we get ready for some of our pregame ceremonies, Tom, including the ceremonial coin flip, which will be handled by Jillian Crane, the founder, the president of the First Responders Children's Foundation, one of our key charitable components to today's game.
And here come the finest.
And who's that leading the way?
It's led out by number 40, Sean Keegan, one of the linebacker captains for the Blue and Gold. And, John, talking about NYPD, I think what's key for them tonight, they have to establish the run, but what they really feed off of, and what I learned in the interview with Shanahan on Thursday, is their receiving core is stacked. Chris McGreen and Kyle Johnson each had touchdowns in last year's Fun City Bowl. Kyle Johnson played at pace. Chris McGreen played at CW Post. They both played against each other.
That's your guy.
In college. Well, maybe not at the same time, but they both played in the Northeast 10 Conference on the Division II level. Both of those receivers are very, very good.
Well, I got to tell you one thing about number 12, Chris McGreen. He has elite world-class speed. He's a playmaker. He can do so much after the catch, and the guy's got wheels. One of our players to watch, without a doubt, wide receiver for the NYPD, number 12, Chris McGreen. You can't mention McGreen without number 9, Kyle Johnson, who you just mentioned, the pace grad as well, another explosive back receiver from the NYPD, and another player to watch. Two good targets for quarterback Tyler Ryan.
And I spoke to Coach Shanahan about Luke Pettigrew joining practice this week for New York's finest. Shanahan mentioned, as a New York Giants and Notre Dame football fan, it's very exciting. A couple of guys on the NYPD team have had pro tryouts. So they mentioned that Luke Pettigrew is really a Giants starting left tackle for the Giants. He was on the team from 1999 to 2006.
Notre Dame guy, too. Camp Peak, a big Notre Dame fan. Also, we have to mention number 22, at least one of my players to watch for PD, who just took the field moments ago. That is Nico Ramirez, one of the co-captains for NYPD, a slot receiver, another explosive guy, Tom, who's capable of doing so much offensively for NYPD. Lots of weapons for Tyler Ryan. We just mentioned 3 in the receiving core for NYPD, and they're a lot of fun to watch.
And defensively for NYPD, they have a lot of guys as well, some new guys on the defense. And we have the bravest who are about to take the field.
Being led by the FDNY Bag and Pipe Corps. How cool is this? Yes!
But the bravest have a tall task on their hands tonight, John.
Coming out slowly, Tom. What do you think?
Yep, that finest...
Getting me jacked up.
The finest defense led by captain linebacker Louis Basabe out of Iona College. That's where he played his college
New
ball.
Rochelle, New York boy.
Free safety Kevin Healy, who missed last year's Fun City Bowl. That was a huge mismatch for the finest not having him. And Mustafa Young moving from safety to quarterback. If you remember, Mustafa Young had the game-winning interception in overtime back in the 2018 Fun City Bowl. So he is a player to watch as well on that back line for the NYPD.
We didn't talk yet about, we got to get this guy in, Tom. I know we're jumping around a little bit, but arguably one of the best nose tackles in the entire league would be Denzel Wilson for the FDNY. The only game we've called this year, FDNY versus the Tri-State Shields, Denzel Wilson was a name that we called over and over and over. Yeah. The back line, the foundation for the defensive line for FDNY, Tom.
Yeah, I spoke with him pregame as well. He always mentions 11 hats to the ball at all times. The defense puts the offense in their best position, and understanding what you can is a big part of playing defense as well. And he mentioned it's a lot of fun playing with John Cunningham, who played on the other side last year for the corrections department. John Cunningham has a sack in each of his last 2 games.
It's interesting how some of the play pieces get put together here. We also want to talk a little bit about the First Responders Children's Foundation. We're going to have an opportunity to do that at halftime. And also there was an amazing luncheon on Thursday that the FDNY held, which they do every year, Tom, in honor of the 22 team players that were lost on 9/11 nearly 21 years ago today. NYPD lost 23 officers on 9/11 nearly 21 years ago today. So there's lots at stake here, lots of memories as we pause for the national anthem.
We need the field microphones in midfield, please.
So, Tom, looks like they're working out some of the kinks for the anthem. We're going to take a few more moments to get the anthem underway here at Mitchell Field in Uniondale, New York. And that's public address announcer Kevin Van Meter.
Let us remember the following members of service who gave their lives in the last year. FDNY firefighter Vincent Malvo, probationary firefighter school. FDNY Lieutenant Joseph Nayello, ladder 83. FDNY firefighter Jesse Gerhardt, ladder 134. Firefighter Timothy Klein, ladder 170. New York Police Department Detective Jason Rivera, 32nd Precinct. NYPD Detective William Mora, 32nd Precinct.
Don't worry, they're not going to yell at you. Go right to the cop.
Now, please turn your attention to the near sideline of the national anthem. Today's national anthem is being sung by the First Responders Children's Foundation, responder Micaiah Brown.
Don't worry, don't be scared. Hold the mic to her. Hold the mic to her too.
Oh, say, can you see So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reclaim the boats bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still and the home of the brave.
Folks, welcome back to Mitchell Field here in Uniondale, New York. My name is Tom Scavetta, joined alongside John Heffernan. And John, beautiful national anthem sang today. And we're getting very close to kickoff here, John, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this game unfolds. But kind of before we get there, I mean, want to quickly shout out the First Responder Children's Foundation again for everything that they do. They gave us a bunch of ads today. We're going to talk about the mental health awareness program that they've come about, that they've formulated. We're going to talk about that with Jillian Crane at halftime, and all sorts of good stuff coming today.
Absolutely, and we've got one heck of a football game, Tom. I got chills during the anthem. We got a packed house here at Mitchell Field, a gorgeous day for football. I am so stoked. Going to use a West Coast term, but I don't care. This is all about New York City, PD versus FD, a battle of the unbeatens fans. We're so psyched you're tuning in right now. It's Tom Scavetta, John Heffernan. Tom, let's do a quick recap.
Yep.
2 battles of undefeated teams for all the marbles. If you're just joining us last year, this went to Giants Stadium, MetLife Stadium as it's known today, and It's really important for PD to avenge that loss here today. It is the 50th anniversary of these 2 teams meeting, and there's just so much on the line.
Absolutely. Both teams come into this game undefeated. They both went into the Fun City Bowl undefeated in 2019 as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who wins this matchup today. NYPD, they're looking for revenge. They haven't won this game since 2018. They beat the FDNY last time they played on this field, despite it not being the Fun City Bowl. You have to think that's lingering in their minds a little bit.
Absolutely. And, don't forget, Tom, there is a small chance that these 2 teams could meet again in the national championship, which makes the stakes even higher for this game.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how that unfolds. And another thing, too, we have to mention the captains for both squads. For the fire department on offense, their captains are Eric Ortega, number 4, the wide receiver. Another captain, Tim Caffrey, number 66 at right tackle. Defensively for the Bravest, we have Richie Richards, the middle linebacker, and John Moody, the free safety. The 5th captain is Frank Vozos, who is out today. And for NYPD, their captains are the quarterback, Tyler Ryan, his 7th season with the Finest. Defender, Louis Basabe, the linebacker, along with Sean Keegan, another linebacker as well. Kevin Healy, the 4th captain for New York's Finest. And then the 5th and final captain in the slot, John, one of your players to watch, Nico Ramirez.
Nico Ramirez, an explosive guy. You can't take his eyes off him. Not the biggest guy out there, but very, very athletic, low center of gravity, can do so much with the football. But, Tom, at the end of the day, it's always going to come down what goes on in the trenches. Both of these teams, if you're just joining us, PD has not let up more than 7 points this season in a game, 6 points for FDNY. But I think some of those records could go out the window in this matchup here today. We also need to talk a little bit about the play of the right tackle and the left tackle, Craig Wells and Tim Caffrey. We mentioned them, but they bookend each other on that offensive line for FDNY, and that's a key matchup to watch today.
And here comes the Navy SEALs in the parachute. We'll get to Caffrey and Wells in just a moment.
Beautiful landing, the Navy SEALs. 1, 2, 3. Just a gorgeous touchdown.
There's a fourth one as well.
As these guys literally fall out of the sky in honor of both the Fire Department of New York and the New York City Police Department.
Awesome.
Great job. You know, those guys are certainly experienced at this kind of thing, especially doing it in the pitch black of night in some foreign outpost overseas. And it's so great to have them here today. And we've got a little chopper NYPD flyover as well, arcing to the right. The NYPD chopper with the flyover, and just absolutely gorgeous, picture perfect night. Everything going beautifully so far. Round 2 for the NYPD chopper, making its way over the field here in Uniondale, New York. And the crowd loving it, Tom. And, you know, unfortunately, one of these teams is likely to lose today. You know, they respect each other so much on the job and the roles they play, and they're going to respect each other continually after this game is over. But, Tom, once that opening kickoff comes, there is absolutely no love lost.
Absolutely.
And it's going to get chippy. It's going to be physical. It's going to be smash-mouth football. And you might think of those as cliches, but these guys care a whole heck of a lot about this game today.
It's a little fun fact, ladies and gentlemen. Camp Peak ran into Kevin Shanahan at a Carvel a few months back, so it was nice to see them run into each other and have that experience. But
a little, what do they call the Carvel? The Frosty, the Fudgy the Whale.
Folks,
Fudgy the Whale.
If you are watching on one of our live streaming sites today, please share the stream with your friends and family. We really appreciate it. On FDNY Bravest Football, First Responder Children's Foundation, and Pug Life Sports. We're also on YouTube on the First Responder Children's Foundation's page. And John, back to Tim Caffrey for a second, because I got to speak to him as well, the FDNY right tackle. He's a funny guy. He mentioned that the O-line is the funniest group on the team, in his opinion. He attended the luncheon. It was an honor for him to be there in his 6th year with the football team now, and he loves protecting his quarterback, Chris Regoli.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, so much is going to come down to the protection that the offensive line provides for both Tyler Ryan and the starter today for the FDNY, Chris Regoli. Folks, the home team today is the FDNY. The away team is the NYPD. We're going to get ready for the coin toss right now, which will determine who receives the football. And setting the tone early is obviously going to be very important for both teams in the early going today, as the crowd continues to pour in on this gorgeous June Saturday night here in Uniondale, New York.
As you can see right now, they're honoring the New York Bravest Football Club. They started 50 years ago, and you know, it's a very emotional year for the NYPD, losing 2 police officers in Jason Rivera and Wilbert Mora. Jason Rivera was just a 22-year-old police officer on the job for barely a year. Wilbert Mora, 27 years old, 4 years on the job. They were both killed in the line of duty. Rivera first, and then Mora eventually passed as well, unfortunately. And then for the FDNY, Timmy Klein.
Yeah, Timmy Klein recently,
back
too,
in
the
April.
last. Yeah.
At 31, he passed away responding to a fire in Canarsie,
Guy was
Brooklyn.
absolutely beloved.
Worked out of ladder 170 from Queens, New York. And then Vincent Malveaux, who was mentioned earlier, 31 years old as well. A probationary firefighter who died during training on December 12th, 2011. Had a medical episode, previously worked as an EMT for 4 years, was working on his training. So we wish all their families, friends, colleagues, the most comfort and generosity, and our thoughts and prayers are with you during this time
and Tom,
of mourning.
I'm so glad you brought that up, and we mentioned the FDNY luncheon last Thursday, and one of the things, rookie player who just got on the job for the FDNY in March is the backup quarterback for FDNY, John Conklin, who has gotten significant playing time so far this season. He said he was tasked with the assignment of honoring and doing research for a fallen firefighter, Timothy Stagpole, who died on 9/11. And Chris told me, John Conklin told me, as part of his research, in 1998, Tim Stagpole was severely injured in a fire. He could have retired back then with full benefits and a pension. He decided not to. Over 30% of his body was burned. Tim Stagpole came back. He got back on the job, and on the morning of 9/11, entered one of the towers at the World Trade Center and gave his life for the city of New York and the country of the United States of America. And it just goes to show you how important the long lineage is of history with the players you're going to see on the field today, the players that have come in the past, and how that tradition continues. It's such an important cog for both sides. And Tom, I want to thank you for mentioning some of those very important names here today. Lined up at the 50-yard line right now, it's Tyler Ryan, the quarterback, number 16. Number 22, Nico Ramirez, the all-everything slot receiver for the PD. Number 40, we've got Sean Keegan. And number 15, Kevin Healy. And, of course, number 44, Louis Basabi. Those are the captains getting ready to shake hands. Who do we have on the FDNY side, on the other side of the 50?
For the fire department,
from
it is Frank Vozos, who's in his jersey and shorts. He will not play. That's number 43. John Moody, the safety, number 22. In the middle is number 4, the slot receiver, Eric Ortega. Big number 66, Tim Caffrey there on your left side of the 50-yard line. And that is Richie Richards, number 33, the middle linebacker. All of those players have been on the team for a few years now for FDNY. So, John, this is going to be very, very interesting to see who wins the coin toss here.
Yeah, I mean, we've got more people on the field than I think at the Super Bowl. I mean, as you mentioned, Tom, there's so much alumni here today from both sides. This is such a big deal for both of these sides. And now the captains will meet as they will get brought together. Hopefully the sooner the better. Here they come, folks. The FDNY, the bravest, walk hand in hand on the 50-yard line. And we should see the police department of New York making their way towards the FDNY captains for the coin toss. And here they go. And one captain you mentioned, Richie Richards. Tom, he is a real roving linebacker and a lot of fun to watch. Richie Richards is definitely a guy defensively for the FDNY that you want to keep an eye on. 5'10" only, one of the captains, 225 pounds, number 33, and he is a rover, and he's one of the hardest hitters on the team, and a heck of a lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely, as the coin toss is going to be decided here by Luke Pettigrew, the offensive lineman, played for the Giants for quite some time, played collegiate football at the University of Notre Dame. Pettigrew played for the Giants from 99 to 06. Remember, he was the starting right tackle in the big game back in 2000 against the Baltimore Ravens, and then after that he eventually moved over to left tackle, and he ended his career there. He left the year before the Giants went on to win 42. So here he is.
And how cool is that to have a Giants alum in Luke Pettigrew, Notre Dame grad, Camp Peak, a big fan of his. Also, Bill Ard, the Super Bowl winner for the Giants, speaking to the NYPD. Did Bill Ard speak to the PD or FDNY? I forget.
Bill Ard attended the FDNY practice.
All right, so it was FDNY.
And
he talked about concussion protocol, concussion safety, proper technique in hitting. Such a hot topic, hot button topic today, head injuries in sports, and constantly evolving, and the safety of the sport of paramount importance, both on this level, collegiately, high school, college, and the pros.
So the NYPD has won the toss. And I believe, if I heard the official correctly, they will elect to receive.
So our first big outcome of the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we hit evening time here in New York. Moments away from kickoff 2022. Flint City Bowl, NYPD versus FDNY, the battle of the unbeatens. Tom, if you're not excited for this, there's something wrong with you.
Now, folks, before kickoff, just want to remind everybody the weather currently, it's about 75 degrees, mostly sunny, 6:43 p.m. here on the East Coast, right before kickoff, and actually, looks like NYPD elected to defer. I do see the kicker, Nick Courtney, out there. So I believe they'll be on defense first. It's hard to hear because the fans are very animated. They're very excited.
Yeah, we got lots going on.
So, yeah, NYPD.
So, Tom, the bravest in the white with red helmets. PD and kind of the Notre Dame gold and blue.
Yep. And, folks, just a reminder, the head coaches for each squad in his first season for the FDNY as the head coach, Cameron Peak, served as the defensive coordinator for the last few years. And on the side of the NYPD, in his 13th year as the finest head coach, it is Kevin Shanahan. He's been the head coach since 2010. NYPD will kick off, and the kickoff will be made by Nick Courtney, 6'2", 175 build. Back deep to return for the FDNY is number 22, John Moody. As Courtney gets ready, he signals he's good to go, and we are underway. It is a short end-over-end kick. Takes a bounce at the 10-yard line forward, and Moody will pick it up. Makes one man miss, and he's tackled there by the finest. A return of 2 yards. Kickoff time, 6:44 p.m. Eastern time.
And Tom, Moody a little tentative there. Perhaps a bit of miscommunication on picking that thing up. What you didn't want there was Moody to lose the handle on that. He held onto it a couple of yards forward. Just play it safe there. Like we talked about, our keys to the game. You've got to limit turnovers. You got to limit mistakes. And at this point of the season, you're looking at these teams at their best. A little nerves maybe in the first possession here, but after that, it's going to be all football.
That was Kevin Young on the tackle for NYPD. The quarterback for the Bravest is Chris Rigoli, and it looks like we had a little scuffle there. They're moving the ball a few yards forward, so FDNY will set up shop at their own 28-yard line with a 1st and 10. Chris Rigoli, the quarterback, number 14, in the backfield with him. It looks like Nick Sumter. They're in a 4-receiver set. On the near side, it is Lawrence D. Simone and Eric Ortega. Also in the game, Joe Herman. And the pass is incomplete.
Rigoli coming out throwing, Tom. No surprise there. That one was intended for Herman.
Yep. Good pressure there by the finest on the offensive line for the fire department. The left tackle is number 77, Craig Wells. Left guard, number 59, Jarrett Howe. At center, number 52, John Seda. The right guard is number 73, Swain Thomas. And at right tackle, the captain, Tim Caffrey.
2nd and 10, Tom, and the referee's calling this game close as it is. A personal foul on PD, and the opening kickoff gave FD a little extra 15 yards.
There's the handoff to Sumter. He is wrapped up from behind by Effinger after picking up about 2. It's going to bring up about 3rd down and 8 here, maybe 3rd down and 7.
And, I think that was a smart call by the pinstripes here, the guys in stripes. Set the tone early. We don't want things getting out of control. The referees need to control this game, not the players.
On defense for NYPD, their defensive line, number 58, Daniel Effinger, who just made that tackle inside. Number 93, Brandon Ravello, and number 50, Rashawn Williams are the D tackles. On the other side, number 24, Manny Tejada. The linebackers are number 44, Louis Basabe. He's a captain. Mike linebacker is number 45, Ulrich Blaze. The strong safety / rover is number 17, Mark Ricketts. In the secondary, number 32, Mustafa Young, and number 38, James Young are the corners. At safety, the captain, number 15, Kevin Healy, and number 46, Marquise Artis. Rigoli fires, throws. It is complete to Babby, and he's got an FDNY 1st down, wrapped up by Basabe.
And just a huge play, and of course, Rigoli operating out of the shotgun here from the jump. 4 receivers set, and Rigoli finds his target in number 89, number 88, Marco Bobby.
So that is a first down for the fire department. So we have the NYPD defense and the FDNY offense set up for you. Chris Rigoli in the Tri-State game went 13 for 23, had 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Had a touchdown pass against Corrections as well. He's in a shotgun set here, trips to the right. He takes the snap, looks over the middle, throws. It is caught by Tommy Herrick at midfield at the 50-yard line. He's wrapped up again by Basabe, pickup of about 7.
Yeah, he's going to be about 3 yards short, Tom, but if you're Chris Rigoli and the offensive line for the FDNY, you got to like this start so far. Chris Rigoli with a couple of big pass plays to get this thing started. Not too big, but just the right amount to get a first down, another 3-4 yards shy from their second first down of this opening series.
Second down and 3 at midfield, 12:38 to go in the first quarter. Rigoli in a shotgun set. Babby is in motion across the formation. Rigoli gives the handoff to the running back, and no, he kept it, and he was brought down by Tejada, but there is a face mask, and that'll advance FDNY forward 15 yards.
Yeah, no one fooled on that with the police department, getting great penetration on the defensive line and disrupting Rigoli. And there is a flag on the play.
That's the second finest penalty. That was on Manny Tejada with the face mask on the run there. But it was the option by Rigoli. Now, John, first down and 10. This is going to move the ball inside the 42, the fire department 37-yard line. So a good start for the fire department on this drive.
And a couple of big penalties on the early going here against the police department. One on the opening kickoff, a personal foul for 15 yards. This face mask is going to back things up again for the police department of New York City. As Tom said, first and 10. Bravest on their own 37.
Joe Herman is the man in motion. Rigoli scrambles. He is sacked. Nicely done by Will Pierce. That is the first sack for the NYPD.
And Will Pierce kind of going in untouched. Got an excellent jump off of the snap. Amazing penetration. Takes down Rigoli for the quarterback sack, and that's going to bring it to 2nd and 10. So Rigoli had nowhere to go on that one.
2nd down and 18 for FDNY. They are now backed up at the NYPD 45-yard line, it seems.
And for those of you just joining us, we want to welcome you to Mitchell Field and the 2022 Fun City Bowl. Tom, both of these teams so defensive-minded. Not really surprised at seeing the ball at midfield right now.
No, not at all. As Rigoli takes the snap in the shotgun set, he dumps it off to Ortega. He makes the catch. He crosses the 40. He is tackled out of bounds by Blaze. It's going to be a
he got
first. Nope, he's going to be a
10
few
yards
short.
out of that.
Yeah, the stick moves to the FDNY 35-yard line. So a 10-yard reception for Eric Ortega.
But I think Ortega did the right thing. Play it safe, keep your hands on the football, get out of bounds, and see what Rigoli can do here on 3rd down. No sense in trying to be a hero this early in the game.
10:15 to go in the first quarter.
And this is a big, big play right here. 3rd and 8 for the FDNY.
Tommy Heedles in the backfield to the left of Rigoli. Joe Herman split out wide on the near side. Rigoli takes the snap, surveys, looks, throws. It is complete and caught by Herrick. He's inside the 20, down at the 16-yard line by Mark Ricketts, and that's an FDNY first down.
And Herrick with the emphatic motion forward. Tom, you could not have found a more wide open number 81 for the FDNY, Tommy Herrick. And the lighting at this time of night is just absolutely gorgeous. Herrick streaking through the middle, going across the field, making himself kind of vulnerable, but nobody from the PD secondary was there.
No, you're right. FDNY's done a good job using a balanced attack thus far. They are in the red zone now. They're at the NYPD 17-yard line. Rigoli has trips to his right. In the backfield is Heedles. He's going to dump it off, and Heedles was not even looking. Good pressure there from Tejada, incomplete.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to number 44 for the NYPD busting through once again, putting pressure on Rigoli. That was number 44, Louis Basabi, getting the penetration there. And Basabi's been putting a little bit of pressure so far here in quarter number 1 on Chris Rigoli. And the offensive line for FD needs to do a better job of picking up Basabi on that one.
Shout out Garth Michael Patrick in the comments section saying hello. Greg Weissenberger as well. Approaching the 9-minute mark to go in this first quarter, 9-10. And Fire Department looking to strike first. Last year, they went scoreless in the first quarter. Well, both teams did. NYPD led 7-0 at halftime. Fire Department looking for a different result early. Ortega is in motion. Rigoli's going to throw alone in the end zone for a touchdown. That is Marco Babby putting the FDNY on top. 17-yard strike from Rigoli to Babby.
And Babby sneaks in behind the secondary. He's wide open to the corner of the end zone. Rigoli threw a rainbow pass with some beautiful touch right in the corner. Bobby leaping to make the grab. And Tom, say what you want, but that time of possession, the first downs, what an impressive opening drive for the Bravest here today at Mitchell Field.
Mike Horowitz on for the extra point. The long snapper is Kenny Surratt. Snap is good, hold is good, kick on its way, and it is good. So, the FDNY takes a 7-0 lead, 9:05 to go in the first quarter. John, a first drive that lasted 5 minutes and 55 seconds. Thoughts on that drive?
I mean, you talk about ball management, no turnovers, a couple of big penalties against PD that had a big outcome on that first offensive possession for the Bravest. Rigoli, a couple of nice dump-off passes. He was pressured several times, a sack by PD, but it's the passing game that's clicking early here for Chris Rigoli and his strong receiving core, resulting in the opening touchdown for the Bravest. Fire Department of New York City, 7-0. Wow, what a start.
We got a couple of comments on the stream for FDNY, and FDNY Bravest Football Club would like to thank their generous sponsors. At the bronze level is Coach Com, our headset sponsor. At the first responders level, thanks to the Gary Sinise Foundation and the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Gary Sinise, Hollywood actor, you all know him well, big supporter of the military, FDNY, and PD. Sorry, Tom, go ahead.
No, that was it.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There we go.
So, on to kick off for FDNY is Mike Horowitz. Back deep to return are Chris McGrain and Kyle Johnson as the ball falls off the tee.
You know, Tom, I got to say, Camp Peak was saying we're playing our best football of the season. We are peaking, no pun intended, or pun intended, at the right time. And the one thing that stood out to me on that possession, very calm, cool, and collected Chris Rigoli. They all seemed really in sync. I'm talking about that offensive line.
Horowitz, this is a terrible kick, and it is. He is swarmed nicely, though. Good play made. It looked like Tim Dollison was in there.
Dude, Dollison just absolutely teed up that PD ball carrier.
But
our biggest hit of the game so far, Dollison, one of the co-captains for the FDNY and special teams right now.
NYPD will take over. They're led by their seventh-year quarterback, Tyler O'Brien, out of Ward Melville High School. He's been the starter since 2016. In the backfield today, number 29, Danny Roll. His receivers are Kyle Johnson and Chris McGrain. The tight end is Casey Agu. Slot receiver is the other offensive captain, Nico Ramirez. The offensive line, left to right. At left tackle, number 72, Scott McDevitt. At left guard, number 60, Ken McNair. The center is Tyler Frigerio in his first season. Right guard, number 67, Matt Maddox, and right tackle, number 77, William Pastupak. And as the handoff to roll, he is swarmed up by TJ Fernan for no gain.
And you know, Tom, we talked about this in the days leading up to this ball game here tonight. PD, more of a bit of a smash mouth, north-south kind of team, a bigger offensive line. They start the ball running. Interesting. FD, Rigoli, shotgun, is throwing the ball and slinging it on their opening possession. And FD up to the task here on that first run of the game for PD.
So Tyler Ryan, this is a bunch formation for the NYPD. Play action pass is caught by the receiver Mike Miller. He picks up about 6-7 yards. He's bumped out of bounds there by Phipps. It'll bring up third down and about 3.
And he got a step on Phipps. Pretty good coverage by Phipps. The ball was thrown underneath. A short gain to make it 3rd and 9.
3rd and 9, actually.
And Phipps, Johnny on the spot.
Okay, they changed to 3rd and 6. There we go. Okay, so 3rd down and 6. Defensively for the FDNY on the D-line is TJ Fernan, number 15. In the middle is the big nose guard, Denzel Wilson, number 95. Also on the D-line is number 96, John Cunningham. The linebackers are Frank Zerbo, Richie Richards, and Sam Murray. We'll get to the secondary in a moment. Penalty flags flying.
I think that's going to go against PD for false start.
It looks like it's offsides on FD. Actually,
okay.
We will see, though. I have a couple comments. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate that. Matthew Jones, Neil Flip as well. Brian Monahan is watching. Eddie McNulty, Duran Orr.
It'll be 3rd and 1 coming up.
Folks,
so
it is hard to see the scoreboard from this angle.
And it does go against the fire department of New York City. So it is 3rd and a short 1.
3rd and 1. The man in motion is Nico Ramirez. Bunch formation, single back. Ryan rolling right, surveys, throws it away.
And Ryan, Tom, had absolutely nowhere to go. Wisely throwing that out of bounds. Excellent pressure by FDNY, especially to set the precedent here in the opening drive. And just like that, number 11 coming out to kick for NYPD. That's going to be Mike Sheridan.
Quickly, the secondary for the FDNY that helped get that stop on 3rd down. Number 6, Evan Flowers, the rover safety. Number 9, Alan Alvia, the stud safety. Corners left and right are Anthony Phipps and Tim Dollison, and the free safety captain, number 22, John Moody. Mike Sheridan on to punt. Played his college ball at Stony Brook. This is a line drive kick. It is blocked by the FDNY. It is picked up and returned for a touchdown.
You have got to be kidding me. Special teams coming through. Sheridan paused after he received the ball, thinking maybe it would get blocked. Walked, took a half step to his right. Unbelievable turn of events, and just like that, PD goes up 13-0.
It might have been Dollison that scored that touchdown.
I should say. Sorry, unbelievable.
It might have been Dollison that scored that touchdown. It's hard to tell because the 8 looks like a 6 on the FD jersey, but nevertheless, FDNY up 13-0 early. Mike Horowitz on for the extra point. 7:25 to go in the first quarter.
And Tom, you talk about a picture-perfect block.
Extra point is good. Horowitz falls down. So FDNY takes a 14-0 lead with 7:25 to go in the first quarter. Cam Peake mentioned in the interview on Thursday with me that he mentioned special teams has won and lost us games. Steve Orr would be very proud right now.
I was just thinking about him.
Coach.
Absolutely. We expect Steve up here, one of our special guests here in the first half. And just like that, 14-0. FDNY with a commanding lead, and a lot of pundits before the game today, Tom, talked about the bigger, more physical offensive line for the police department, but they do have their injuries. They are a little bit banged up. A very young receiving core, and it doesn't matter. The New York City Police Department has an uphill climb. First quarter is still 7:25 to go. And the fire department of New York City, 14-0. Unbelievable. Now, don't forget, if you're just joining us, fans, these teams collectively have given up 7 and 6 points per game all season long.
Shout out Maggie Narducci. Horowitz will kick off. McGrain and Johnson back deep once again. And folks, we do apologize with the number situation. McGrain will return this kick. He's got a lane. He's past the 40. He's past midfield. He's past the FDNY 40. He's still going. McGrain in the end zone for an NYPD touchdown. Chris McGrain, the second-year finest receiver at a CW post, puts New York's finest on the board.
And Tom, what did we talk about before the game? The world-class speed of number 12, Chris McGrain, and he just proved it right there. What a return to get the police department right back into this game. Chris McGrain with a game breaker, busting it wide open on the return to put the police department right back into this thing, 14-6.
Really nicely done there by McGrain. Horowitz, notorious for those line drive kicks. Special teams coordinator going from super happy to super upset. Hold on, there is a penalty marker on the field. Late.
Oh, no, they're going to bring it back. They're going to bring it back, and that will suck the life out of this side of the stadium, predominantly occupied by fans from the New York City Police Department. Oh, what a heartbreaker. And the penalties, Tom, continue to be a huge factor for PD here in the first quarter.
So it's going... I don't know what's going on right now. Are they making them re-kick?
That seems odd.
Okay. So they're moving the ball up to the 40.
So they are going to re-kick it. Our referees are not mic'd up for sound. And the crowd on this side of the ball field where the press box is showing their displeasure with the call. We've got the bravest fans on one side and NYPD on this side, representing a lot of blue, a lot of red on the other side, and it will be kicked again, Tom.
Well, if you're Horowitz, you want to try to get more hang time this time. McGrain and Johnson.
Did you see what the call was?
It looked like an offsides was called. That's according to the crowd in front of us. And this one is returned by Johnson. He's got a lane.
Oh, shoestring
tripped
tackle.
up. Johnson is tripped up at the 36-yard line, so NYPD will take over in good field position.
Well, Horowitz wisely not kicking it to McGrain again. He learned that much. And that one nearly broken wide open without that shoestring tackle, and we've got another flag as players are being separated once again. Involved in that is number 25 for the NYPD. That is Peter Lazari. And I'm not sure who was flagged, but the referees have set the tone. The officials setting the tone here in the first quarter, and they haven't held back from throwing the flags.
Flag was picked up. So 36-yard line, NYPD will be in control here. McGrain in the slot. Johnson split out on the near side. Ramirez in the slot left. Roll takes the handoff, and he is wrapped up. Looked like Denzel Wilson got a piece of him. No gain.
Looked like kind of a late hit in there, too. These guys got to stick to playing football. I know tensions are high, emotions running high.
It's getting chippy early out there. 6:43 to go in the first quarter. Roll will check out. Ryan will set up the play, and both teams thus far playing with an extra chip on their shoulder. As you can see here, the NYPD, they're going to go a wide formation, so switching things up with 5 receivers. Four receivers to the left. Ryan throws. It is overthrown and intercepted by the FDNY.
I think he might have trapped it.
John Moody.
No, they're calling it a pick.
John Moody with the interception off of Tyler Ryan. And John Moody, interception against the corrections department. FDNY has forced about 11 or 12 interceptions in the secondary this season.
I mean, the co-captain Moody coming through. We talked about the secondary of the FDNY, part of our pregame here at Mitchell Field today. And Moody, so versatile, so quick, is able to get to that football, which was underthrown. I was surprised he caught up to it. But credit Moody, that's going to be the first turnover of the game, and it goes FDNY's way. The bravest, we talked about capitalizing on turnovers, and they look to do that right now here, still in the first quarter. A lot of time to play. A big touchdown brought back against PD, and
low snap here in the handoff. It looks like Sumter in there. He is wrapped up by Basabe with another tackle. Not much cooking.
A big gang tackle there by PD, and getting no breaks here in the first quarter is the New York City Police Department. Big calls against them. That's the story of the game so far. Fire Department of New York with the 14-0 lead and the football after the turnover on the pick by Moody.
Basabe has been active early. Babby seeing a lot of playing time here, split out on the near side with Ortega in the slot. FDNY has Joe Herman split out wide right. The back in the backfield, it is Sumter who takes the handoff yet again. Nowhere to go. Daniel Effinger in there that time along with Rashawn Williams, and this will bring up 3rd and long with under 5.5 to go.
Well, they went Sumter left on the second down, went Sumter left again on second down, I should say. Now at 3rd down. Didn't work either time, but credit FD for trying to pound away there on the line of scrimmage, mixing things up a little bit, is the offensive coordinator for the Fire Department of New York, as we're under the 5-minute mark here in quarter number 1. Big 3rd down and 12 for the bravest.
Checking into the game, playing left guard for FDNY, number 61. It looks like Adam Jensen is in there. Rigoli takes the snap, looks over the middle of the field, heaves it up deep in the direction of Joe Herman. It is incomplete. 4th down. FDNY will be forced to punt.
You know, threading the needle, Herman looked like he might have been able to catch up to that, a little overthrown. But Rigoli not afraid, showing his arm strength there, going for it all on 3rd down. And Herman, the versatile wide receiver for the bravest, not able to catch up with it. But, you know, when you're up 14, Tom, you can start to take chances, and that's what Rigoli did right there.
Absolutely. And, folks, as Horowitz will be on to punt here with McGrane and Johnson deep, want to remind everybody that the First Responders Children's Foundation is the sponsor of today's game. And that snap is over the head of Horowitz, and he's just going to fall on it. And he is going to be stopped.
He's going to be down.
NYPD will get the ball inside the FD 10-yard line to jumpstart this possession. And again, special teams, John. It is the most overlooked phase of football, but yet critical to a team's success.
Tom, we've got more flags on the play here after the whistle. Again, the extracurriculars costing mostly PD here in the first quarter. We'll see what the call is here.
And folks, just a quick reminder, the First Responders Children's Foundation, primary sponsor of today's game, proceeds will go towards both teams and their college scholarship fund for children of first responders killed in the line of duty. Around 800 children lost a parent from 9/11. And we're going to see here the NYPD in prime position to strike. John, they have to get on the board here because FDNY has set the tone early. We talked about a low-scoring game. I'm not sure that's going to be the case with the way this one started.
Well, PD finally getting a big break, and this time it sticks. They are in prime position right now on the bat snap to Horowitz, and just like that, PD comes knocking.
Ryan throws over to Roll. He gets inside the 5. He is tackled nicely there by Alan Alvia.
Man, it's physical out there. Smash mouth football.
Number 9 on the stop.
Gain of about 4 with 4:15 remaining in this first quarter, so it'll be second and goal for NYPD.
The Finest need to capitalize, Tom, as you said, on this possession. They've had a gift wrap for them here on the bad snap. You talked about special teams. It's been the name of the game here in the first quarter.
Joe Moscato is split out wide left. Ramirez in the slot left. McGreen, the man in motion. Roll in the backfield. Johnson on the near side. Ryan looks left, throws over the middle. Caught. Touchdown, Nico Ramirez. Tyler Ryan with the 5-yard strike. FDNY now leads 14-6.
Number 22, Nico Ramirez, cutting through the back of the end zone, making the catch to put the New York City Police Department on the board. And folks, we got a ball game.
Captain to captain, John. Ryan to Ramirez. And on to kick the extra point for the NYPD, number 18, Nick Courtney. The holder is number 88, Kieran Fitzgerald. Long snapper, number 54, Rich Posh. Snap is good, hold is good, kick on its way, and it is true blue. So the NYPD slices the deficit in half. They now trail New York's Bravest 14-7 with 3:46 to go in the first quarter.
And just an absolute huge break again on this miscue by the Bravest. Police Department of New York City capitalizing, cutting the lead in half, now 14-7, as we still have 3:46 remaining here at quarter number 1 as the sun begins to set here at Mitchell Field. We have lights here if need be. Tom, amazing crowd here today out on Long Island.
Absolutely, and John, last year, 7 points scored in the first half combined in this game. We're not even out of the first quarter yet. There has been 21 points scored. I don't know about you. It's felt like half the game has taken place already.
It's true. Absolutely. What have been some of the standouts for you, Tom, both in maybe surprises, players? I mean, I think it's been some of the usual suspects that we talked about pregame, but I would say the point production so far is a big surprise for me.
Neither team can establish a running game. It's been special teams issues for both teams. This is a short kick by Courtney, fielded by Moody. He crosses the 30. He's still going. He's got a full head of speed. He's across midfield, and he is wrapped up by Courtney at the FDNY 43-yard line, and that is where NYPD 43-yard line. The fire department will start as Moody returned it 67 yards.
Just an absolutely gorgeous return into police department territory. It's going to be Rigoli. First down for the Bravest in Finest territory, and just a huge return by Moody, one of the co-captains for the Bravest.
Any way to watch off Facebook? Yes, you could also watch our stream, Neil, on YouTube as well.
Tom, you're doing an amazing job of multitasking. Our comments coming from you guys, the viewers. We're so psyched you're joining us right now for this matchup, 2022 Fun City Bowl.
Tommy Heedle's in motion. He'll get the pass from Rigoli. That is dropped, incomplete.
And Rigoli, a little too much zip maybe on that one, just out of the outstretched hands of number 10, Tommy Heedles.
So second down and 10, Ulrich Blaze in the area there. Good job by NYPD. And we'll mention a few of those NYPD sponsors: United Mortgage Corporation in Wantagh, AccuHealth Group, Tony's Pizzeria in Bushwick, New York, X-Tech, Golden Corral in the Bronx, Edgewood Bar and Grill out in Deer Park, Long Island, Uptown Taco in Floral Park, Railroad Bagel Express in Babylon. Those are a few of them. We'll get to some more later. And Rigoli takes the snap, pitches it over to Fung. Missed tackle by the Finest and wrapped up from behind by Blaze. Gain of about 2.
I really like the pull by the guard there, leading the way for the runner. Maybe not as much of a gain as FD would like, but the play of the FDNY's offensive line continues to impress here in the early going. especially number 77, Craig Wells, the 6'3", 265-pounder, playing at left tackle. He's been fun to watch today as well. Keep an eye on him as far as getting that first surge off the line. Good push by Wells. A player to watch on the O-line for the Bravest.
Rigoli has trips to his left. Herman singled out on the right. Rigoli throws to Herman, crossing across the field in a beautiful tackle. Mustafa Young whipped up Herman like a pretzel right there. That'll bring up third down.
And I talked about Wells, just to hit on him again. Great protection by Wells. And that's going to bring us to fourth down on the short reception by Herman. And FD will have to kick the ball away, Tom. Fingers crossed. It's been a little bit crazy out there on our punts today. On both sides.
Joe Herman just caught his first pass of the game. Horowitz on to punt. The last punt went over his head, and that special teams error led to an NYPD touchdown. They were able to capitalize.
And that was
One-hop punt, Horowitz. The line drive kick, it will bounce out of bounds at about the 11-yard line.
Hey, great kick.
We will see where they roll it at the 10. So a 38-yard punt for Mike Horowitz.
Gorgeous job by Horowitz there. The ball's going to be on the 10-yard line, Tom, as you mentioned, deep in finest territory. And that's going to be a tall task for Tyler Ryan.
Yep. Mike Horowitz played in college at Fairleigh Dickinson University out in Jersey City, not too far from here. Horowitz hadn't kicked in 10 years up until last year. They called him up the day before the DC game, first game of the season, and Horowitz said, sure, I'll kick for you. And now he's been a staple on this special teams unit. And this is the pitch here to roll. He gets across the 15, downed at about the 16-yard line by Mike Selezitsky.
That looked like it could have been a little late by Selezitsky, the 5'8", 205-pounder out of Engine 39. Man, that kid can pop, though, 5'9".
Selezitsky led FDNY with 6 tackles in the corrections game. FDNY beat corrections 28-6 on the 21st, and they beat Tri-State on the 7th of May, 27-6, nearly identical scores in their last 2 games.
Kevin Shanahan talks about his O-line being the backbone of the NYPD. Keep an eye on left guard number 60, Ken McNair out of Bergen Catholic.
Bunch formation, the sweep, jet sweep here to Ramirez. He stiff arms Mike Hart, who's able to make the play. Got some help from Moody. Pickup of a couple. It'll bring up third down. And yeah, Ken McNair, Bergen Catholic High School, played college ball at the University of Delaware, starting left guard for NYPD. Good motion block there.
Who's one of the most famous to play out of Bergen Catholic in Jersey? I'm going to go with the linebacker, Cushing.
Brian Cushing.
Yeah, who had kind of a maybe not the best farewell tour out of the NFL. USC in college.
Jim Finn as well, Giants fullback.
There you go.
Early 2000s played there.
Of course, we're referring to the high school powerhouse, Bergen Catholic in New Jersey, Don Bosco Prep.
Timeout for NYPD. And John, while we have a timeout here, we're going to run through a couple more NYPD sponsors.
Sure.
And actually, we're gonna step aside for a quick break. No, we're going to stay right here. Okay. So, more NYPD sponsors that we're going to read off. Obviously, they are sponsored by the Jackie Rileys in Bethpage. Also, we mentioned the Village Cigar headquarters out in Babylon before the game. The Nutty Irishman in Farmingdale, not too far from here. And also, we have Gibraltar Motors Incorporated in Floral Park. So George Burke sent a couple to me before the game. So that's awesome. And obviously some of their charities as well, the Widows and Children's Fund, all for a good cause, donating to those children who have lost a parent or family member in the line of duty. The Detectives Endowment Association as well is another charity as well.
And just like that, we're right back under center for the New York City Police Department. 14-7, PD deep in their own end.
Single back formation, and it looked like Roll got brought down there. Looked like Richards got in there. And that will be the last play of the first quarter with the final seconds ticking off, and that'll also bring up 4th down and 3. So, at the end of the first quarter, your score, New York's bravest 14, New York's finest 7. John and I will be back in just a few moments with second quarter coverage here on Facebook Live, courtesy of our wonderful sponsor of tonight's game, the First Responders Children's Foundation. We'll be back in just a few moments.
There is a mental health crisis in this country that has hit the children of first responders the hardest. These kids live each day with the fear that their first responder parent may not come home.
I didn't get to say goodnight or I love you or I'll see you soon. That's been the hardest part for me.
It was very restless at nights when he'd have to go in for a fire because it was a really big fire and they asked for more people. So he got scared every once in a while every time he had to go in.
A lot of kids don't feel comfortable talking to their parents about this information. Where if they knew that there was resources out there, I think they would use them.
No child should have to carry this burden. The First Responders Children's Foundation Resiliency Program provides mental and behavioral health support. Join us in our mission. Their future depends on you.
Welcome back, folks. Second quarter coverage. A fair catch taken there by Lawrence DeSimone. The punt by Mike Sheridan. And we'll be having Steve Orr, FDNY Vice President, join us in just a moment. He's actually up here now. Steve, you want to grab a seat next to John and grab the headset. Thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream, folks. If you have any questions or comments for Steve, feel free to watch. Also, thank you very much, Noah Deibler, for the comment. 14-7, FDNY after one quarter. They have the ball now. Steve Orr, welcome to the show. We'll just pull your mic up a little bit there to make sure the folks hear you all right.
You got it.
Steve, you've always been so gracious giving us your time. I know you're a little out of breath coming from the field, and I know it's killing you to be up here and not down there. But we have a lot to talk about as we get things underway here in the second quarter. Steve, for those who don't know you, and our camera's right here, Steve Orr, former assistant coach up until last year. You're a Brooklyn guy, special teams coach, secondary coach. You've been through the wars with this team on the job. Thanks for joining us. Before we get into your past a little bit, we got a close one, 14-7, and of course, special teams played a big part in all of it. Your thoughts?
Yes, it did. It was great when we came down and made that play. Flowers is an amazing athlete, blocked it and brought it in for the touchdown to put us up 14. You get excited, but not too excited because this is a really good team, the PD, and they're not going to give up after getting down 2 scores. And basically, we had a big blow up on specials with a bad snap over to punt his head, and that really cost us because our defense is playing pretty good. I think they're doing a good job holding the PD down so far.
A good play there made by Brandon Ravello for the finest in the backfield. And Steve, obviously you were assistant head coach with John Rosati last year. Talk about that transition with Cam Peak defensively. Have not given up more than 7 points in any game this year.
Yeah, Cam's doing a great job. Well, he was our defensive coordinator before this, and then becoming the head coach. We knew it would be almost seamless with him taking the head coaching job. And defense has always been our big thing. Now we actually have an offense that can score. When I played, I loved our guys on offense, but the Cops dominated us defensively. And we knew if we gave up a touchdown or 2 that we weren't going to beat them.
So Joe Herman just making his second catch of the game. Rigoli looks really composed back there, Coach. They came out of the shotgun, throwing the ball early. You think that's part of the MO here today for you guys?
Yeah, I think if, sometimes he gets a slow start, and that's the only worry you have with him, because once he gets warm and starts going, he's a very confident young guy, and he has some weapons. I really think the big plus for us this year is getting our whole offensive line back. And how much they've been consistent at practice and doing their thing, because the Cops have a big D-line, and our O-line's doing an okay job against them.
Absolutely. And Steve, we'll ask you about the luncheon in just a moment after this play. Trips to the left for Rigoli. Herman split out on the near side right. He throws over the middle, incomplete, past the outstretched arms of Tommy Herrick. Now, Steve, talk about that luncheon a little bit and what that was like. Obviously, the 22 fallen on the football team from 9/11 honored at that luncheon.
And it's an annual thing you guys do, too,
Well,
right?
we do the luncheon every year, but rookie last year, Mike Silva, decided to get this together. I give him a lot of credit. We had 22 rookies, and we lost 22 guys on 9/11, so he had every rookie, including himself, pick a guy, and they went to their firehouses or talked to their family and came to the luncheon and told us a little more about these guys that we didn't know. So it was nice to have that happen last year, and it went over so well that we're making it a tradition. Every year new guys would be doing it.
That's awesome. And here we have split receivers for the fire department. Rigoli throws a pass that is caught by Herrick. He is wrapped up nicely there by Artis. That is the first-year safety for NYPD coming up to make that tackle.
Steve, just getting back to that luncheon, because, so much about this game is obviously the X and O's, but it's about the people. It's about the people here attending, the friends, the family, the alumni, everything that makes this event so special. I talked to backup quarterback Chris Rigoli today, and to hear him talk about the research and the story he put together on Stagpole.
Conklin.
I'm sorry, John Conklin.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. His eyes welled up with tears today. He got on the job in March. How important it is to pass on the legacy to some of these younger guys?
Well, it really is. It's something that's very important, and we do it from the beginning. We make guys remember what we've lost and who they're playing for every game.
As Rigoli here surveying, going deep in the direction of Ortega, overthrown. And Steve, my next question for you, this is your 30th year around the team. You played for 16 seasons, and you only missed about 4 practices during that time, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't. A lot of guys back when I played wouldn't miss practice, and it was a lot of secondary guys, and we held guys accountable. It's something that's very important on the team, and we try to keep that going. I tried to keep it going as a coach, and definitely when I played, we held guys responsible, and there's no reason to miss. I mean, of course, some things come up, but you make it a priority or don't play. That's my feeling with it.
Absolutely. As Horowitz here will punt on 4th down. McGreen and Johnson are deep. The line drive kick.
I think you got a piece of that, Tom.
Possibly deflected. It's going to be downed by the FDNY. It looked like Mikey Martin got down there at about the 6-yard line, so NYPD will be pinned deep in their own territory. So despite the possible deflection there, Steve, not a terrible turnout there, getting NYPD pinned deep.
No, when we finally got a good snap, it's got to be pretty hectic for Soretta, our snapper, after snapping one over and then bouncing one. You got to have your nerves shot there. So he's got to get right back on track, and he did there. That was a perfect snap, and if it wasn't perfect, we probably would have got that blocked off the edge.
So, Coach, for a guy that's, supposedly semi-retired, I'm seeing an awful lot of you. I mean, they can't keep you away. What's going on?
You know what? This team's been a part of my life for 30 years, and I don't see me going too far away from it anytime soon. Was thinking about stepping away totally this year, but with our new staff, I think it would have left a little bit of a hole with the guys behind the scenes, and we were able to keep John Rosati and Tony Martin in the mix. So, and with Vinny Sheeter, our close friend, becoming the assistant head coach, we said we'll stay close and try to give these guys a background that can help them from behind.
And talk about that connection with Sheeta. He was very involved with that luncheon at 9/11. I believe he was on the football team at that time, correct?
Yes. So me, Vinny, and Cam and John Rosati were all in the secondary on that team.
As Johnson makes the catch from Ryan, he's going, and he is not going to be caught. He is in for an NYPD touchdown, and that was a 95-ish yard bomb from Tyler Ryan to Kyle Johnson.
And Tom, he caught him in one-on-one coverage and unleashed an absolute bomb. Tyler Ryan showing his arm strength there and just getting underneath it was the receiver for the New York City Police Department, and it's now 14-13, and we are one extra point away from this thing being all tied up. My goodness, the biggest play of the game so far, Tom.
And remember, Kyle Johnson had a 31-yard touchdown catch last year in this game as well, late for the NYPD, as this is Courtney on for the extra point. Fitzgerald will hold. Snap is good, hold is good, kick on its way, and it is good. So we are tied
all even
at 14 points apiece. Steve, I mean, what are your thoughts now? The game obviously tied after getting off to that quick 14-0 start.
Well, I just wanted to say something. That throw was had to be perfect. Our safety was over the top on that, and he took a chance and went for that ball, and it's all or nothing with that. But that ball had to be right there up the sidelines. A great throw, and that's a huge play, a 95-yard play. Listen, now we'll see who's really the tougher team. You get punched in the mouth and go down 14-0 and come back. Now we'll see either we're going to fold up or we're going to come back and give it to them, and the better team will win.
Well, your secondary has gotten so many accolades this season for keeping other teams under 7 points a game. I mean, like you said, it was a perfect throw. These things do happen, the big play. Let's see how they respond.
Exactly.
Want to quickly shout out Damir Djukanovic watching the stream, former NYPD quarterback and corrections quarterback as well, John. Remember Damir from last year, went up against the fire department out at Aviator Field. Back deep to return. It looks like Babby is back there.
Coach, for some people of our viewers who are not familiar with Bravest football and the league that you guys play in, the budget, the practice, the time commitment, the history, what can you say is one of the biggest misconceptions that people may or may not have about the level of football, the commitment, and what a beautiful outlet this is for your guys? Well,
people I talk to around the country when I travel, we tell them about the football team, and they go, what was it, 7-on-7, or they don't know where we wear equipment, and then we're like, no, this is legit. We have some guys that played semi-pro ball. We have a lot of college guys that know the game and played for years and years. I'd say we're a little older than like the college level in these guys, because we still have guys that are doing this in their 30s and 40s. But it's high intensity, and I've never been in a game that's more intense than the FDPD game. We try to tell guys that, and until they experience it themselves, you can't know what it's like.
Well, that's going to be incomplete. You talk about, obviously, it's the here, the now, we're living in the present, but the 20-year anniversary of 9/11 last year, playing at MetLife, the home of the New York Jets and the New York Giants, that's got to be a pretty cool experience for you guys. Can you walk us through that win and what it means to kind of defend your trophy?
Yeah, well, just John and I personally knew we were ending after that game, so it meant a lot for us and for the players. A lot of guys came up to us afterwards and said when they knew we were leaving, it made them play another year, and it was a goal. Even though we went 2-2, it was a successful season.
As Fung coughs up the football, and he's going to get brought down and tripped up by Basabi.
Yeah, and Fung's beside himself. He's going to be at the 11-yard line. Tried to make something out of nothing after losing the handle.
Don't make two mistakes out of one mistake.
Maybe just sort of fall on it at that point.
Or go forward. You're not going back like that.
Yeah. So he loses an additional 10 to 15 yards on the losing the handle of the football there, which backs you guys way up.
Steve, I want to touch on an important point. It seemed like early you had the momentum as NYPD taking a timeout here at the 9:39 mark in the second quarter with 3rd and 27 coming up. Ever since that punt was blocked, it seemed like NYPD's had the momentum since that point.
Yeah, well, I thought they had it before that when they ran back that touchdown, even though it got called back and they had to do it again. I just think they knew that they could come back at any time. They're a very sure team.
All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. Steve, if you want to stick around, we'd love to have you. But we're going to go to this quick commercial break, and we'll be back in about 30 seconds.
I'm Ryan Seacrest. First responders are people who stand for a greater purpose. When you call 911 and ask for help, first responders show up. now. Let's show up for the people who show up for us every day and every night.
Welcome back, folks, here to Mitchell Field in Uniondale, New York. Tom Scavetta, John Heffernan, joined by a very special guest, FDNY Vice President, former Assistant Head Coach Steve Orr. Steve, we were just talking about the momentum swing and how special teams played a huge part in that.
Absolutely, but then when we had that ball and we went 3 and out, I know that gave their defense some pump, and then, of course, that snap over the head, and you could just feel it on the sidelines. It's a very emotional game, and these things happen back and forth, and someone's got to make a play on the FDNY and do something good. So,
well, by the way this thing looks, we could be going down to the last possession of the game. We're still in the first half,
right.
But it's looking to turn into one of those.
FDNY has trips to the left. Rigoli looking deep in the area of Joe Herman, and it is deflected by Mustafa Young with the pass breakup. Nice play.
Herman throwing it to double coverage there, trying to pull a Tyler Ryan of his own as he airs that one out, but it is blocked down, and it will be second down for FDNY.
Yeah, second down. No, fourth down
it's
and
fourth,
27. Remember, it was third.
Oh,
it was
right.
Third and 27 before the short break we had as Horowitz will be back onto punt deep. He's in his own end zone. McGreen and Johnson back to return.
And the one thing that can be assured here is the field position for the police department of New York City.
And Horowitz gets away a line drive punt. It is fielded on one hop by Johnson. One missed tackle. Johnson has a little bit of room, and Selezitsky going after him. He'll wrap him up.
Selezitsky tying him up high, slowing down Johnson. Gang tackle followed by the bravest. And PD's going to have the ball on FD's 44-yard line.
It was a 31-yard punt by Horowitz there. And Johnson's a big threat. Him and McGreen, two good receivers for the police department. FDNY defensively, Phipps and Dollison. Steve, both veterans for you guys, but they've got their hands full.
Yeah, they definitely do. They can do the job, but they got to make the plays. And this is a big drive. If we can stop them from scoring, we may be able to flip the momentum a little bit. They're already on our side of the ball, but our deep play is big, so hopefully they can do something decent.
9:22 mark. Ryan dumps it off to Roll, who makes the catch. Looking for some daylight. He is brought down nicely there. Looked like Dollison.
Notice a big push there by Denzel Wilson. He's meant so much to you guys on the D-line.
He's a beast. He's a beast. With him in the middle, it totally changes. You got to double the guy, triple sometimes. And getting the kid Cunningham from corrections to play the other end, play one of the ends, has really been a plus, too, because he's not easy to single up on him.
You guys got any portal protocol or anything? You don't got to sit out a year if you come from corrections? How does that work?
There is actually a rule in the league that if you change teams, you have to sit out a year.
Oh, really?
Yes,
okay.
there is.
Right,
but
right.
they do that for the reason of they don't want teams raiding other teams in the league.
Right.
We're taking 15 to 20 guys.
Ryan in a spread formation will dump it off, and it is caught down the field by Chris McGrane.
And Ryan showing some mobility there and composure as he's forced out of the pocket, finding the speedy receiver McGrane for the first down.
17-yard catch for McGrane.
So back to that rule, what the deal is, the rule was made so guys who weren't happy with the corrections coach go to another team. But these guys actually left that job and got on the fire department. So they should have been able to play with us. We had to go to the league about it, and the league voted on letting them play on our team. Otherwise, they would have had to sit out 1 year.
And that's Cunningham and Conklin, both coming from corrections. A low snap. Ryan
flag.
Will throw it deep.
Yeah,
offside on FDNY, so he'll just throw it up for grabs. And
yeah, that would have been Conklin and Cunningham. They would have had to sit out 1 year before they could play, which the rule is good so the littler teams don't get guys pulled off their team, and pulled off by another team. But it's not okay when a guy changes jobs. So that rule will be changed this year.
And Steve, talk about the departure of Travis Pope being replaced by John Cunningham, who's had a sack in each of his last 2 games, and what he's meant alongside Denzel on that front line.
Yeah, Cunningham has filled the spot. I don't know how good we would be if Pope was still able to play with us, but him stepping into that role was something that we absolutely needed, and he's done a great job doing it.
And Steve, we'll have you on for the rest of this possession as Roll here, whipped up by a couple defenders. Richards leading the way. Flowers as well. And, you know, Coach mentioned Evan Flowers. Got a real good nose for the football.
He does. He's an athlete. When we got him, you knew there's certain guys on the field that you just see the way they react and the way they play, and we can use him anywhere. He's definitely been a plus to this team, and hopefully he'll be around for a while.
That block punt, you couldn't have got any more textbook than
yeah.
that. It was clean. The punter for PD kind of did a little hesitation, and it was right there. The timing was perfect, and he was so calm, cool, and collected, just picked it up and ran right in.
Yeah.
So that's got to make you feel good, especially being the special teams guy that you are.
Yes, he got a nice bounce on that. You're always waiting for that.
Ryan under duress will throw incomplete. He is knocked down hard by
a little extra right there.
Well, Scott McDevitt trying to pull away Denzel Wilson, and the teams have a little discussion as Ryan lost his helmet.
Once again, being joined to the booth by Coach Steve Orr, a former assistant coach for the Fire Department of New York. When you see things get chippy, Coach, what do you tell the guys before the game in terms of sort of walking that fine line, not necessarily going over it and costing your team, but keeping emotions high, keeping motivated without costing your team?
I'm very big on the discipline part of the game. I think it's a selfish act when you do something stupid and punch a guy. He's got a helmet on. How dumb can you be punching a guy in a helmet? Like, just play football.
You see it a lot at the NFL level, too.
Yeah, and they're dumb, too. So they're playing football, and they're firemen. We're not the sharpest guys in the world. So, but it's a bad move, and it's a selfish move. So if you do it when I'm coaching you, you're coming out of the game.
Gotcha.
But I'm not coaching them, so they don't have to worry about that.
Right. So it's going to be timeout for the New York City Police Department. Coach, we want to thank you so much, man, for stopping in. It's always a pleasure for your insight, your time, and the access you provide us year in and year out. It's very much appreciated.
Great.
Good luck the rest of the way, Coach.
Thanks.
Folks, we're going to step aside for a quick 15-second break, and we'll be right back with the Fun City Bowl.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another.
Folks, welcome back to Uniondale, New York. Mitchell Field, the site of this year's 2022 Fun City Bowl. 50th anniversary since this game began back in 1973. FDNY and NYPD tied, John, at 14 points apiece midway through the second quarter. We just spoke with Steve Orr. We'll be having Jillian Crane come up at halftime, and we'll have George Burke from PD up in the second half as well. We may have an extra guest. We're not sure yet, but John, talk about NYPD. They're looking to get ahead here, and Tyler Ryan and the Finest facing a 3rd and 5.
I'm going to get to that in a second. Before we forget, though, Coach Steve Orr, if you're not familiar with Coach, go to YouTube. There's a good 5-6 minute piece that highlights Steve Orr last year at the 9/11 game at MetLife Stadium. It is worth a watch and really puts into perspective the meaning that this game has for both sides here today. Steve Orr on YouTube, he's part of the thumbnail. But anyway, Tom, back to your point. It will be
3rd and 5, and 4 receivers to the right for Ryan. Ryan steps up in the pocket. He throws it away, and he is hit hard from behind. Guess who that was? Denzel Wilson yet again, 4th and 5.
Good penetration by Wilson, and Tyler Ryan looks to be a little bit shaken up on that play as he kind of gingerly makes his way to the sideline, wisely throwing the ball out of bounds, and that will bring PD to a 3rd and 5. 4th and 5.
As the backup QB is Anthony O'Connell, so Ryan knocked down twice in a row. Not happy, offensive line allowing him to get hit 2 times in a row. This is Nick Courtney, on to kick the field goal here.
And this is the first field goal attempt of the game.
39-yard try. The kick is up on its way. It is no good, just a tad short. So NYPD cannot capitalize off the good field position, and the bravest will take over.
Yeah, I mean, a field goal attempt falling just a little bit short, Tom, by PD, but it's going to come down to one of those plays to break through this deadlock at 14 here with 6:53 remaining in the first half. And, you know, you talk about two evenly matched teams. We're seeing that not only evidenced on the scoreboard, all tied up at 14, but two very evenly matched teams, Tom, and it's been a pleasure to watch this so far.
Absolutely. As FDNY gets the football back, Cam Peake and his defense very disciplined on that drive. And Cam Peake, former military police officer for 6 years. He was deployed out to Bosnia with the Army back in 1997 before joining the FDNY, so he's had a long road ahead. And Marquise Hardis, number 46, getting a note on him here. As second down and about 8 coming up for the fire department. 6:22 to go in the half. Again, we'll be speaking with Jillian Crane at halftime, president of the First Responder Children's Foundation. Twins to each side for Rigoli. In the backfield, it's Heedles. Rigoli surveying under pressure. Gets away from it, and he is hit hard by NYPD.
Yeah, and there's going to be a late hit.
Late hit on Pedroli, number 59. Or no, it was not on Pedroli. It's going to be on Basabe who hit him. Pedroli was the one who pressured him.
And that could look like it could have been a headshot, too. Absolutely freight trained on that play. And it's going to go against the police department. That should tack on another 15.
That's a big penalty right there for NYPD, who seemed like they were garnering some momentum, but now all of a sudden FDNY will move up 15 yards. John, it seems like this game has been going on for a very long time, and there's still 6 minutes to go in the second quarter.
I agree. That was kind of a fragmented first quarter.
Yeah.
With a lot of, several penalty flags, plays being called back. And is that Conklin warming up on the sideline? No, warming up. I don't know. That's the far sideline.
No, that is Horowitz. Rigoli will throw. It is caught by Heedles on a little nice swing route here. He gets to midfield, wrapped up by Hardis, the safety, first-year player.
And it looks like it's going to be enough for a first down. That's still second down. Just short.
We'll wait the official wording. 2nd down and 1 for FDNY. Heedles with another reception.
And Heedles is a name we've heard a lot today.
Yes.
Something that he does so well is his versatility, both at the running back position. He could play quarterback, receiver.
Trips to the right, and this looks like Babby, who's wrapped up by NYPD after gaining about 9 yards.
And again, a nice little pass over the middle from Rigoli to Bobby. And I think if FDNY continues to keep it simple, dump the ball out into the slot over the middle for some short gains, and just continue to chip away, the big play opportunities that we've seen today coming mostly from the police department side, the big pass play from Tyler Ryan to get this thing all tied up at 14. And now FD putting on the pressure.
Takes the snap, looks right, throws right, caught. Herman on the comeback route, tackled by Young at the 29-yard line. They may give him forward progress up to the 28. So he picked up 10 on that reception. That's another fire department first down.
And just a really great indication there what Joe Herman is capable of, just kind of coming up slightly towards the football. He and Rigoli have such a good relationship over the years. They trust each other. The two of them went to high school together. They've known each other a long time, Joe Herman and Chris Rigoli. And as evidence there, they kind of have a unspeakable bond communication. Herman coming back for that one to give the Bravest the first down.
Offset formation here, low snap, and Rigoli's going to take off himself on the blown-up play, and he is rushed out of bounds quickly by Young. Rigoli may have gotten a yard or two if he's lucky. They'll give him a yard. Lombardi forced him out. And Tommy Herrick will check in here. And, we have to talk about Cam Peake, the head coach, as well, and what he said on the 50th anniversary. He said he wants to win. There's a lot of pressure, most attended game of the year, 2 weeks of practice leading up to this game. This rivalry, John, it's like playing your big brother, little brother, cousin. The respect, they respect PD and the work that they put in, but on June 4th, they do not like the NYPD one bit.
We've seen some of those emotions here in the first half for sure.
As Kevin Healy dives in last second to disrupt the play. Ortega on a little wheel route on the far side of the field.
And that was dangerous. Rigoli kind of got away with one there, closing in and nearly making the interception in the secondary for the NYPD was James Ingram.
James Ingram, a player who had 2 picks a year ago in the Fun City Bowl. Veteran corner for the police department. 3:06 to go in the half. FDNY facing a 3rd and 9 here. They have 4 receivers in the game. Trips to the left. Herman singled out on the near side right. Heedles is the back to the right of Rigoli.
Huge play for the Bravest.
NYPD running a little 3-2-6 right now. Rigoli under pressure. Throws. Caught by Babby after being juggled, but a nice tackle made there by Blaze, and it'll be 4th down and about 3.
And again, Rigoli getting pretty good protection and time to throw the ball. Just not in the right area.
Offense will stay on the field, John.
I guess with this field position, they're going to go for it. They need 2.
It's 4th and 2.5 about. Trips to the left. Herman again singled out wide right. Rigoli looks back towards the FDNY sideline. He gets the call, and they want a timeout to think this over.
Rigoli wisely calling a timeout. Want to make sure they're on the same page with 2:23 to go in the half. They have the timeout to take, and we're going to...
Yep, folks are going to step aside for a quick break. We'll be back with 4th and 2 in just a few moments here on Facebook Live.
Seacrest. First responders are people who stand for a greater purpose. When you call 911 and ask for help, first responders show up. Now, let's show up for the people who show up for us every day and every night.
Welcome back, folks. Mitchell Field here in Uniondale, New York, the site of the 2022 Fun City Bowl. NYPD, FDNY. A lot of fans out today, John, supporting their local first responders of New York City. This is a great, great crowd.
I couldn't ask for a better night for football. The sun's setting. A packed house here at Mitchell Field. We got a tied-up ball game, 14 apiece. Approaching the 2-minute warning here in the first half. Biggest play of the game coming up if you're just joining us. 4th and 2. The Bravest going for it. They are on their own 20-yard line, looking to break this deadlock at 14. Rigoli under center in the shotgun position.
Bunch formation here. Twin receivers to each side. And Rigoli fires, throws, caught by Ortega. He's got the first down, makes one man miss, and finally brought down by Blaze. He picks up 10.
You know, just a very astute timeout there, paying dividends for Cam Peake, who calls the right play. I should say their offensive coordinator calling the right play. First down, FDNY, and it's 1st and goal from the 9-yard line.
Absolutely. As Heedles will check back in here for Fung. 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. 1:50 to go. FDNY looking to take the lead here. Neither team has lost the game this year. Bunch formation, trips to the right. Rigoli looks right, and that's at the feet of Heedles as coming in like a missile was Ulrich Blaze, and Cam Peak is not happy about that.
And again, another big hit by Ulrich Blaze, the 6'1", 225-pounder. Just absolutely unleashing on Rigoli, who's looks like he's made out of rubber out there today. He's taken some big punishment here in the first half. But, Tom, we got to go back to that 4th and 2, and PD, FDNY deciding to go for it, it paying off. That was a gutsy call without a doubt, and it worked.
A lot of people showing their support for Steve Orr in the comments section. Mike Silazitsky as well. Shout out to Rowan. Eddie McNulty as Fire Department facing a 2nd and goal here from the 10-yard line. And Chris Rigoli mentioned that this game gets the juices flowing. His dad served 38 years in the Bronx as a firefighter. He said he views the FDNY as a family business.
And we got another timeout on the field, as I think FDNY will take their final timeout of the first half.
Yeah, so Fire Department, a smart timeout here. 1:36 to go in the half. They'll talk things over. And again, you know, Coach Shanahan mentioned that Bill Sullivan, the defensive coordinator for NYPD, 2022 Hall of Fame inductee. Bill Sullivan, a big part of this program and everything that NYPD has done. Their offensive coordinator, Clive Harding. And here, FDNY, twin receivers to each side. Here we have Joe Herman, Tommy Herrick to the right, Ortega and Babby to the left. Rigoli surveys, looks, fires, caught, touchdown. Joe Herman for the FDNY gets a 10-yard touchdown reception. And John, that is now the 2nd touchdown pass by Rigoli and the 4th touchdown for Joe Herman in his last 3 games.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Tommy, you took the words right out of my mouth. 4 touchdowns now in 3 games for Mr. Everything, number 13, Joe Herman. We talked about him as one of our players to watch. He is so dynamic, great relationship with Rigoli. And again, credit FDNY for going for it on 4th down, and just an absolute huge touchdown to break this deadlock, and it's now 21-14. FDNY with the lead, and not a missed extra point in this ball game, Tom. I know it's little things, but it's the special teams that mean so much in games like this.
The extra point is good. 21-14. The red and white lead the blue and gold here with 1:32 to go in the half, John, and you know, special teams always plays an important role, and you know, we want to thank everyone who's joined us here today on our live streams on the First Responders Children's Foundation page on Facebook and YouTube, as well as the FDNY Bravest football page, Pug Life Sports as well on Facebook and YouTube, and we have so many streaming services for today's game, so could not be thankful enough for everybody who's picked up this game because of what this means, not just for the players on the football field today. Obviously, this game is to take the minds off of the police officers and the firemen that serve the city of New York and serve the people 24/7, 365 days a year.
And I think that's one thing that we cannot lose sight of as we talk to Coach Steve Orr about so many of the people here in the stands today, so many of the connections, alumni, family, friends, FDNY, NYPD, past, present. It all culminates every year with such a big special event like this ball game today. And at the half, we're going to expound a little bit on that as we talk to Jillian Crane from the First Responders Children's Foundation. That's coming up right here at the end of the first half.
Pooch kick by Horowitz. This is going to be fielded on the short by an up man and nicely returned here for the NYPD. They get to the 39-yard line. That was number 84, Joe Moscato, the first-year receiver.
Well, one thing Tyler Ryan has proven in this game is his big game explosive abilities. And with 1:26 left in the half, if I'm FDNY defense, you've got to contain these guys, prevent the big play, go into halftime with the 7-point lead and the momentum. What does FDNY need to do here defensively, Tom, to kind of quell PD and prevent them from getting back on the board?
You want to pressure Ryan like you've been doing, and you want to keep the momentum. Don't let PD put any points on the board here if you're the fire department. Very important going into the locker room, because that momentum could translate into the second half. As trips to the left here for Ryan. He throws, caught by Mike Miller as Ryan's hit again. Miller picks up about 6.
And a great play, 6 yards, out of bounds. Clock stops at 1:20. And it is 2nd and 10, but a good way to get things started, getting a couple of yards on that play.
Mike Miller in his second year.
7 yards is more like it.
Minute 20 to go, and that was a smart play as well. Get out of bounds, stop the clock. And Miller is split out on the near side here. 3 receivers to the right, Ramirez, McGreen, and Johnson. Ramirez makes the catch in the slot, gets across midfield, makes one man miss, and he's down there by Dollison and Fernan.
And they got the first down. They'll move the sticks in just 7 seconds coming off the clock.
Remember, college rules in this league, so a first down will stop the clock until the ball is snapped, and that throw to Miller is incomplete at his feet. 2nd and 10.
Mike Miller unable to come up with that one. It was underthrown by Ryan. And it's 2nd and 10. The ball's on the 48.
And NYPD here looking to get something cooking. Tyler Ryan, 2 touchdown passes in this first half. 1 to Kyle Johnson. That one was about 95 yards out. And then the 5-yard strike to Nico Ramirez. And this is a pass deep to McGreen, overthrew everybody out of play. 3rd and long.
And of course, that big special teams play by Flowers. Johnny on the spot with the block. Perfect bounce. Collected it. And ran it in for the touchdown for the Bravest.
As Roll will check out here. Fitzgerald will come in. Again, rookie on the team. A lot of rookie receivers. Head coach Kevin Shanahan brought up to me earlier this week that there's about 4 or 5 rookie receivers on this team that are vying for playing time. They're a very stacked receiving core and a young group as well. Chris McGrane and Kyle Johnson, fairly young in their own right. As Ryan takes the snap here, he's looking. He finds Fitzgerald, who makes a nice play, stiff arms one guy, and shoestring tackled there by Christian Malera, gets across the 40. He will be short of the first down, though.
And you mentioned the first-year player, Kieran Fitzgerald, looking like a veteran on that play. Great catch, great little hesitation move to pick up some valuable yards after the catch.
And Ramirez will get the first down. Nice job by NYPD, snapping the ball quick, not waiting for FDNY to get ready.
Now, they look like the team that's calm, cool, and collected. Under the gun,
as NYPD
excuse me, guys,
keeps the ball.
Little sneeze break there, but great orchestration here by Tyler Ryan with now 32 seconds to go, the ball in his hands, and it's first down all over again.
32 seconds to go. If you're FDNY here, you don't want to break. The defense has bent at times, but it hasn't broke yet. Very important to note. Ryan, under duress, throws it deep in the direction of Johnson. It is picked off by Dollison. Nicely done, and that's the second interception of the game by Ryan. But there is a penalty flag as Ryan is tending to his
and it's thrown in the backfield.
That is going to be a penalty against FDNY. Tyler Ryan in a little discomfort.
You know, both of these quarterbacks have taken their fair share of hits today. Tyler Ryan, the bigger guy at 6'4", 225. And they're going to call it a personal foul. which is just huge.
With 24 seconds to go, that's not something you want there.
Because the ball was underthrown. Dollison in no man's land picked it up for the pick.
Yep.
But it's the hit on Tyler Ryan that will go against the Bravest, and it's going to give the New York City Police Department the ball 1st and 10, as it's going to go all the way to the 16, 17-yard line. Wow.
Yep. 16-yard line, 1st and 10, 24 seconds to go. Ryan dumps it off to Roll. He's got some room to move. He gets inside the 15, runs out of bounds at about the 11. Picks up 5 yards. Another penalty flag, though.
Left side, marker is down.
And we will await the official wording on this, as the first half seems like it just doesn't want to end, John.
My goodness.
And there's another flag goes flying.
You know, the game started with a flag, Tom, and the first half looks like it's going to end with a flurry of them. And that may be why this first half is really dragged out, as we're almost at 10 past 8. And this game was due to kick off at 6:30. We got started a little late due to some pregame ceremonies. The parachutists by the Navy SEALs were gorgeous. A chopper flyby by the NYPD choppers.
It's a holding on NYPD.
Oh, my.
It might have been a...
Goodness.
I think it was a face mask.
I think it's unsportsmanlike.
Well, so the ball was at the 16, and it's backed up to the 46, so it has to be 2 15-yard penalties against NYPD.
And you heard here Steve Orr talk about it in the second quarter, Tom. There is no point at mouthing off, smacking a guy. It's going to end up costing you. And right now, PD on the receiving end of more penalties today in the first half than the Bravest. And they were this close to tying this ball game up with 19 seconds to go. And they're now at their own 46-yard line.
That's a huge momentum boost for the fire department here. 1st down and 30 from their own 46-yard line, or the FD&Y 46-yard line. Ryan throws in the direction of Roll. It is incomplete. Good effort with the one hand. And, you know, it's funny because Danny Roll wasn't even an offensive player last year. He was a starting safety. He actually had a pick against the fire department back at MetLife last year.
Danny Roll with an ability to go both ways, showing it here today.
Yep.
You know, what really stood out on that pass play, although it was incomplete, Tom, the arm strength of Tyler Ryan is off the charts. I mean, he really is a big, strong guy back there. And we saw the big play capabilities of Tyler Ryan here in the first half to get this thing even at 14. The Bravest now with the 21-14 lead. 15 seconds to go. This first half isn't over yet. We've seen a little bit of everything. Who knows what's going to happen here on 2nd down and 30.
4 receivers to the left. Johnson singled out to the right, and that's where he's going with it. The pass is way overthrown, incomplete. This will bring up 3rd down and 30 with 9 seconds remaining.
What about just running the clock out here, Tom? Just sort of go in at the 7-point deficit and make some adjustments. I don't know. We've seen some crazy turnovers so far. Tyler Ryan might just be better off taking a knee here, but I don't think we're going to see that.
Shanahan does not look too thrilled right now on the sideline, and rightfully so, because of the penalties that backed up NYPD.
Those were, like you said, that had to have been 2 personal fouls for 30 yards.
Well, yeah, you're talking about 30 yards of green. Huge difference here. Now,
I've never seen a call like that. Have you? For 30 yards?
No, it was 2 separate 15-yard penalties.
I know, but I'm back-to-back. That's crazy.
The snap. Ryan looking under pressure from Fernan, trying to escape. And he is going to get sacked by Mike Selazitsky. And that's how the first half will end. A sack for Mike Selazitsky. TJ Fernan applied some nice pressure. And that will do it for the first half.
You know, Tom, I talked about Ryan maybe taking a knee. Not only does he not take a knee, he takes a very big hit to end that first half. Either way, what's done is done. 21-14, FDNY with the lead. Folks, we are going to come back with the first half recap and a very special guest joining us here at the press box at Mitchell Field. Coming up in
just a few moments.
In just a few moments.
But at halftime, John, the score, FDNY 21, NYPD 14. Your final thoughts here?
Well, I got to say, turnovers, special teams, again, playing a big part in this game. And the touchdown by Flowers on the block punt was absolutely huge. Rigoli has impressed me with his arm and the completions. Joe Herman has been huge for the FDNY as well.
Folks, once again at halftime, the score, New York's bravest 21, New York's finest 14. We'll return with second half coverage of the 2022 Fun City Bowl in just a little while, but stay tuned as we interview the First Responder Children's Foundation President, Jillian Crane, coming up next. We're going to step aside for a quick break.
Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. You can always find people who are helping. Thank you to all the first responders who put their lives in danger to help us when my brothers and sisters need them. We look out for the helpers because they look out for us. Thank you, first responders! Thank you, first responders! Love you! Mwah.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another.
There is a mental health crisis in this country that has hit the children of first responders the hardest. These kids live each day with the fear that their first responder parent may not come home.
I didn't get to say goodnight or I love you or I'll see you soon. That's been the hardest part for me.
It was very restless at nights when he'd have to go in for a fire because it was a really big fire and they asked for more people. So he got scared every once in a while, every time he had to go in.
A lot of kids don't feel comfortable talking to their parents about this information. Where if they knew that there was resources out there, I think they would use them.
No child should have to carry this burden. The First Responders Children's Foundation Resiliency Program provides mental and behavioral health support. Join us in our mission. Their future depends on you.
Folks, welcome back to Mitchell Field Complex here in Uniondale, New York. It is halftime between New York's finest and New York's bravest. I'm Tom Scavetta with John Heffernan, and we're joined by a very special guest here in the press box, Jillian Crane, the president of the First Responder Children's Foundation. Jillian, first and foremost, welcome. It's great to speak with you again. Thank you so much for joining us and taking the time.
It's my pleasure. I'm happy to be here today.
Jillian, first of all, I got to say, seems so much calmer than last year at MetLife. We were all over the place, jockeying for position. We were close to a deadline. We got on. It's all good, but a little more calm this year. I know there is so much frenetic activity leading up to today. You're about 10 years as president for the First Responders Children's Foundation, something like that?
Yeah, actually,
12?
I've been on the board for 8 years and became president in 2018.
Oh, okay. Well, your LinkedIn profile might need a little updating.
I think
I'm
I
just
better
saying.
do that. I'm the president and CEO now.
That's amazing. You guys have done so much as far as the children that have been affected by first responders passing away, whether it be 9/11 or moving forward. Over 800 kids affected in a beautiful way financially, scholarships. Tell our viewers who may not know a whole lot about this, what exactly is implemented into their lives, how it's utilized, and just expound on it a little bit for us.
Thank you. I'd love to. We started 21 years ago. You're right. When 800 children lost a first responder parent, and we've grown since then, and we're a national organization now. We're in every state with either a scholarship, an emergency hardship grant. During COVID, we grew tremendously to really support with COVID-19 hardship grants and, unfortunately, bereavement grants and PPE at the time, and now we've just launched our mental health program. It's the First Responders Children's Foundation mental health program, where we are working with children of first responders. Free counseling, confidential counseling, and we're in 5 states, and we're just looking to help children and families of first responders, because this is a challenging time right now, both with line of duty deaths and uncertainty, and when families support their loved ones who go into harm's way on a daily basis and then walk out into the unknown. I mean, they put on their uniform every day and go out and they don't know what's going to happen, and sometimes the worst possible imaginable thing happens and they become injured or they don't come home. And this affects the families, of course. And really, we want to say thank you to the first responders for their service, but thank you to all of the families of first responders who support their loved one going into harm's way for their communities every day.
And what's the outreach been like? You mentioned launching this new mental health program. What has been the reception of that? How have things been going with that so far?
We just launched in May, and we're getting the word out. We're looking to amplify it with EMTs, 911 dispatchers, firefighters, police, nurses. All the children of those first responders, we're hoping, will come to our website and fill out the form. And obviously, we will be here for the children and families of first responders, as we have been for the past 21 years.
And Jillian, I understand if you want to contribute today, there's a way we can do that. Isn't that right?
There is, and please do text STRONG to 24365. Text STRONG to 24365. And any donation is welcome. At $1, $5, $5,000, we will make sure that money goes to the first responder
Let's
families.
say that one more time, George. Can we bring that up? That's STRONG. To the number 24-365. Once again, text the word STRONG to the number 24-365. Please contribute anything, you guys. A couple of bucks, whatever you have to give. It's such an incredible cause. And once again, joining us here in the booth is the president of the First Responders Children's Foundation, Ms. Jillian Crane. Jillian, talk to us a little bit about some of the adaptations you've had to make over the years. Of course, last year, 20 years, the anniversary of 9/11. You get hit hard with the pandemic like we all did 2 years ago, over 2 years ago now. How have you adapted to that, and how have things branched out for your foundation?
Well, first of all, we have a great staff at the First Responders Children's Foundation, and the one thing we've been able to do is pivot, which is why we are able to do programs like, for example, our Toy Express. Over the holiday season, we couldn't have our signature event for Thanksgiving morning, which is a breakfast at the Bryant Park Grill for 1,300 first responder families and a VIP parade viewing, and instead we had a Toy Express, and we did that this past year as well now, and we've grown to sending out toys to first responder agencies in 220 cities.
Amazing.
Over 500,000 toys went out, and we're continuing that because another thing that we feel strongly about is building a bridge for first responders into their communities, for the children that they serve, to meet them and know who they are and have positive relationships with their local first responders.
Very cool.
Now, Jillian, can you talk about the relationship with Alfred Kahn, whether it's been developing the mental health program or what events are coming up that people can look out for?
So Al Kahn, his vision for this foundation was to help the children of first responders. He's also in the toy and children's business, as you know, so he wants to bring joy to children. He wants to support the children of first responders. It's in his heart and has been for 21 years, so he's bringing all kinds of new things to the foundation. We'll hear more about that soon, but he's developing a show called The First Responders. It's about first responders, but it's spelled F-U-R-S-T, so they're little they're animal first responders.
Okay,
yes.
all right.
So we're hoping to help him launch that and get some money for the foundation. And look, the whole reason that we're here is to help these families. And today is just really wonderful to support the FDNY and the NYPD and all of their families to come out and have a day of joy when there's been a lot of sadness. There's been a lot of loss. And I think anytime we can bring families out and help support that, we're happy to do it.
Well, you got to love the turnout here today at Mitchell Field. Huge turnout. I heard that luncheon for the FDNY on Thursday was awesome, as it always is.
Our gala was amazing.
Yeah, so maybe you could tell us on a couple of sort of parting shots here about the luncheon, the gala, and also, how important is it for you, Jillian, being from the area? You talked about shows moving forward, but you've been a staple in the city of New York for a long time, both sort of actress, stage, film, TV shows. and it's a big extension of that today by all these New Yorkers here today.
Well, the gala was amazing. It was at Gotham Hall. We honored CSX. Ben Vereen also received a Hero Award. CSX Pride in Service, who's been a huge support to this foundation, helped us with hundreds of scholarships and hundreds of emergency grants, and helped us during COVID launch our COVID emergency grant. So that was an amazing night, Thursday night. We had the First Responders Children's Foundation chorus singing. It was just a
Very
beautiful
cool.
evening, and then we honored, a firehouse who lost a firefighter, and we had our roll call of heroes where we had a 911 dispatcher, a police officer, an EMT, a firefighter, and a nurse, and they were all standing for their profession, and we gave them awards. It was incredible. I am originally from the Midwest. Did you know that?
I did not. But you've been here a long time.
No, yes, I guess I have. I used to live, I'm from...
I don't mean long, but career-wise.
Career-wise, yes. Mostly in L.A. and New York, and I miss it, so I may, end up doing more, hopefully. But for the most part, my time has been helping the First Responders Children's Foundation grow, working with our incredible staff, and to do as much as we can and raise as much money to give out what we can.
Now, Jillian, is there anything you want to add that you want the viewers and listeners to know about where they can find the First Responders Children's Foundation?
I would say go to our website just to see what we're doing at the number 1 strcf.org. That's number 1 strcf.org, firstrcf.org, and see what we're doing. Get involved with us, donate, volunteer. I think the best thing we can do right now is support our local first responders wherever you live in the United States. They're there for their communities. When you call 911, every time you call 911, people rush into danger for you and your families, and we need to be there for them.
So well said. And I also want to just say, such a huge week for you, kind of culminating here. We've got one heck of a football game, too.
It's a gorgeous night here, first of all. And yes, last year, remember how hot it was?
Oh my gosh.
And I had to walk like 50 miles to find you because we were at MetLife. Right. This is a little more doable,
a little more
right?
manageable. There we go.
You guys
we
are
want
great.
to thank you so much for all your hard work and culminating with this game today. The big gala on Thursday, such a big success. And Tom mentioned the website. You mentioned the website per Tom's question, and how people can get involved, not only by donating, but by volunteering and through so many other things for such an amazing, important cause.
Thank you very much.
Jillian Crane, president of the First Responders Children Foundation. We can't thank you enough for joining us.
Thank you for having me, and have a great rest of the game.
Yeah, enjoy the second half, Jillian.
I will. I'm about to go get a waffle.
There you go. We can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Bye,
Jillian
guys.
Crane, everybody, the president of the First Responders Children's Foundation. Such noble, amazing work, and such a big week for them. We will be back with our first half recap right after this. We're going to take a quick timeout.
Finest and greatest fan, First Responders Children's Foundation wants to share your photos from today's game. Make sure
Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. You can always find people who are helping. Thank you to all the first responders who put their lives in danger to help us when my brothers and sisters and mom and dad and grandpa and grandma need them. We look out for the helpers because they look out for us.
Thank you, first responders.
You know, there's a rewarding feeling you get when you do like, hey, man, I just, you know, we carried a lady out of a fire, you know?
This is what I signed up for as a first responder, and this is what I love to do. And I'm going to continue going to work day in and day out and providing help to those that need it.
Thank you, first responders.
Thank you, first responders. We need you. We wanted to let you know how much we appreciated you.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another. Thanks.
There is a mental health crisis in this country that has hit the children of first responders the hardest. These kids live each day with the fear that their first responder parent may not come home.
I didn't get to say good night or I love you or I'll see you soon. That's been the hardest part for me.
It was very restless at nights when he'd have to go in for a fire because it was a really big fire and they asked for more people. So he got scared every once in a while every time he had to go in.
A lot of kids don't feel comfortable talking to their parents about this information. Where if they knew that there was resources out there, I think they would use them.
No child should have to carry this burden. The First Responders Children's Foundation Resiliency Program provides mental and behavioral health support. Join us in our mission. Their future depends on you.
Ladies and gentlemen, here with FDNY head football coach Cam. First half for us.
A little wild, a few mistakes on our part. We're going to tighten it up a little bit for the second half.
Chris Rigoli, 2 touchdown passes, big play by Flower. Team put by your group.
Yeah, absolutely. We plan for this.
What do you need to do to hold on here in the second half?
Second half. Go run. Thanks, brother.
Head coach FDNY up by 7. 7.5 moments away. We're going to set it back up to Tommy Scavetta. Your play-by-play. We're here live. Mitchell Field. Scavetta, take it away.
Much, John, as we get ready for the second half of action here at Mitchell Field in Uniondale, New York. New York's bravest leads New York's finest by a score of 21-14. We just spoke with Jillian Crane during halftime, president of the First Responders Children's Foundation, and you heard it out of Cam Peak. You have to play mistake-free football, not just on one phase of the ball, but all 3 phases of the football. John Heffernan doing a great job with that interview as FDNY is set to kick off here in this second half wearing their red and white uniforms. NYPD will receive the second half kickoff in their blue and gold. Chris McGrain and Kyle Johnson are back deep to return. Current time here in Long Island, 8:33 p.m. Eastern Time. The temperature has dipped just a little bit. It's gotten a little cooler out here, not by too much, but low 70s right now. It feels cooler than that, though, with the wind chill. Mike Horowitz is set to kick off. It is an onside kick, and NYPD recovers an onside kick to start the second half for FDNY. Very, very interesting decision there by FDNY. And NYPD will take over. And, so far this year, NYPD 4-0 on the year. They beat Tri-State 35-7. LAPD 25-6. They beat Corrections 13-6. And then lastly, San Diego 37-7. FDNY, they've been a great defensive team all year. They won at DC 26-0, at Charlotte 26-2. They beat Tri-State out in Bethpage 27-6. Most recently beat Corrections 28-6. first play of the second half. Ryan will throw a little wide and short there of Mike Miller. Incomplete pass. Alan Alvia on the coverage. Mentioning the FDNY charities, the UFA Thomas Elasser Fund, FDNY Fire Family Transport Foundation, the Widows and Children's Fund, and the New York Firefighters Burns Center Foundation. For NYPD, the Widows and Children's Fund, Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, Detectives Endowment Association, Sergeant Benevolent Association, and the Joseph Pritchard Foundation. Folks, appreciate everybody tuning in here. Tyler Ryan, twin receivers to each side. Johnson and Miller on the boundaries. McGreen, the man in motion in the slot, coming from right to left on your screen. Ryan takes the snap, throws to roll. Nice spin move, but Phipps brings him down behind the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd and about 12 upcoming for the Finest. I'll be rejoined by John Heffernan in just a few moments. And we'll be having George Burke, the NYPD team president, coming up a little bit later on. Shout out to Charles Raymond supporting Craig Wells. Maggie Narducci all over the comment section. John Heffernan, welcome back. Great interview with Coach Peak. Appreciate you doing that on the fly. And here we have 3rd and 12 upcoming for the New York Police Department.
Thank you.
Ryan takes the snap, looking right, dumps it off to roll. He is decked hard by the fire department. Beautiful tackle made there. And it's going to be 4th and long. Richie Richards on the stop, a 3 and out to start the 3rd quarter.
Now, there's a name we haven't heard a whole lot of today. Richie Richards, linebacker, now playing special teams for the fire department of New York City. Can't peek him, man, a few words there right before kickoff. Can't blame him. We stuck a mic in his face, but major props to the first-year head coach for the Bravest. Doing a remarkable job here, 4-0, looking to keep this undefeated season alive in the Fun City Bowl as PD kicks away in their first possession, and it's a fob. Flopped.
Punt is muffed by the FDNY, and NYPD will recover. So that is a special teams turnover, and the NYPD player who recovered was number 21, Brandon Quinn.
I was going to try to say flubbed, flopped, whatever it was not caught by the Bravest. And who was that player, Tom? I didn't get a beat on him.
The punt returner?
Yeah.
It looked like it might have been Fung back there. I'm not sure. They've been rotating who's been returning punts. I know Moody's been in there a little bit as well, but we do know Quinn did recover that muffed punt, and NYPD, after going 3 and out, way to capitalize.
And we've seen now 3 adventures on punts.
Yes.
One turned into a touchdown for the fire department of New York when Flowers took one in after the block punt. That one mishandled by the Bravest, and it's PD football.
Roll, stiff arms one defender, but he can't get around him. Nice tackle made by Frank Zerbo. We have not called out his name much. The second-year player out of Staten Island, New York, described as mistake-free.
Well, you know, we talked about the fire department not allowing a touchdown in the last minute 30 to go in the first half. They did just that. And just like that, the Bravest go into the first half, into the locker room with some momentum, up 7 points. And to start the second half off, they're giving the ball right back to the police department, right in their hands.
Under 12 and a half to go in the third. Ryan surveys, looks, finds McGrane, and he is hit hard.
Oh, my gosh.
That was Dollison. McGrane, did he hold on?
McGrane.
Incomplete.
And he was a little slow to get up, but he was absolutely decked. And that's got to be one of the highlight reel hits of the game so far. My goodness, I can't believe he got up so quickly.
Well, McGrane,
shows you the toughness of McGrane.
McGrane dealt with some injuries during his time in college at CW Post. Very good receiver for the green and gold.
Like any kind of head stuff, or
I don't remember the extent of the injury. but he was banged up for about a year during his time there, but he is an outstanding young wide receiver. Ryan pump fakes left, throws right deep to Johnson, and a little too much steam on that one.
Well, it looks like he had the matchup that he wanted.
Fourth down.
Fourth down coming up.
Appreciate everybody watching. We're up to 123 views here on the FDNY Facebook page. Let's keep that rolling, ladies and gentlemen, and shout out to James Norton, the LAPD team tuning in. Appreciate
Nice.
you.
Some West Coast action. Who on the West Coast?
James Norton.
Jimmy, what's up?
A long field goal try here. This is going to be about a 40-yard try.
No, more like 45.
High snap. Sheridan with the hold. Line drive kick. It is no good.
Oh, wide left.
Lined up at the 25 plus 15. Yeah, I think that's about 40.
Unbelievable. Man, that was a laser. It was pretty darn close to getting through.
The Centurions won today over the Spartans 50-13 in the National Public Safety Football League. And folks, remember, the First Responder Children's Foundation, main sponsor of today's game. Proceeds go towards both teams and their college scholarship fund for children of first responders killed in the line of duty. And you can also show up with Ryan Seacrest. First Responders Children's Foundation has teamed up with him to share an inspiring message about the dedicated people of New York City that protect the public, and FDNY taking over here. And this looks like John Conklin.
Ryan Seacrest.
And it is. The throw over to Heedles makes the catch, and Heedles won't get much as Mustafa Young, who has been a sideline-to-sideline type of defender for the police department, makes the
Heavy
play.
hitter Mustafa Young getting back to Seacrest tapes the show live with Ryan and Kelly in New York City. A mainstay of that program for many years, replacing Regis Philbin. Does such a great job. We appreciate Ryan's participation in the festivities here today, namely the First Responders Children's Foundation. So we want to thank them for that.
A couple shout-outs. Tom Lamacchia tuning in. Remember when James Lamacchia was on the team, awesome player. And also Joe from the Moore Catholic coaching staff here representing, supporting both of the teams playing today. Conklin surveys, throws, caught by Babby, wrapped up immediately by Blaze. It'll bring up 3rd and long.
Well, the lights have come on here, obviously, Tom, as the sun has officially set here in New York City.
Well,
and
suburban. We are in Long Island. Not too far.
That's right. Well, we're so close. You know, Brooklyn, Queens. It's all kind of mishmashed here, but we are officially in Uniondale. Is it Nassau County?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you're upstate, technically.
Right. Well, originally Westchester guy.
There's a big argument over upstate.
Yeah. I mean, listen, 30 minutes by train to Grand Central, I don't consider that upstate. But,
I know.
No longer a Larchmont boy, but that's where I grew up.
Conklin looking, has all the time in the world here, rolls right, throws, and he is dropped by Kevin Healy. That'll be
flag.
Pass interference. He's arguing that Ortega tripped over Young, but Healy did give him a little shove from behind. That's the NYPD safety captain. 10:33 to go in the third quarter. So NYPD, John, their Achilles heel has been the penalties for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, we've said it repeatedly today. The game opened on the opening kickoff with a penalty, a 15-yarder, a personal foul against the police department. And I think the referees decided to set a tone early. I'll give them this. They've been consistent, at least with the flags. If you're a fan of the police department of the city of New York, you're going to be a little upset. It is a little lopsided as far as the flags today. We don't have an exact statistic on it, but it looks like PD's been flagged significantly more tonight, Tom.
It's 15 yards and an FDNY first down at the 42-yard line. Rigoli trips to his left. Herbin singled out on the near side against Young. They give the handoff there to Heedles, who will scamper his way forward for about 3. Marquise Hardis on the tackle.
And Heedles up the middle, shout out ladder 148. Tommy Heedles representing
And Pete Lazar checking into the game. His younger brother, Donnell Lazar, on the team as well. Pete Lazar, 14th year with the Finest, a former arena football player and a boxer as well. Played his college ball at CW Post.
The CW Post alumni representing strong tonight.
FDNY as well. Starting right tackle, Tim Caffrey, graduate of Post as well. Yeah, Post is not too far from here.
Officially, LIU now, Tom?
Long Island University.
That's right. What happened there? A little name change?
The merge with Brooklyn. The one LIU merge. And here's Conklin rolling right. He's going to dump it off. Nearly picked off by Young. They're arguing that Conklin released the ball past the line of scrimmage, which, I'll be honest, it was awfully close.
Tom, a lot being made of the size of the police department in New York. No weight limits, really, for the PD. There are, of course, if you're on the job with the fire department in New York City. So, no pun intended, but kind of uneven scales, as it were, out there on the field. But doesn't seem to be hurting FD too much here tonight.
No. Not by any means. The fire department, they have a plethora of players that can catch the ball. Back in Tri-State game, Herman had 5 catches, Heedles had 4, Herrick had 3, so a very diversified attack on the offense. Little high snap, Conklin throws. His pass is nearly picked off by Healy in no man's land.
Yeah,
so
it might have been a missed route there as the receiver for FD. Who is that, number 6, Tom?
That was Ortega.
Okay, that is Ortega, who kind of went flying by.
Yep.
And it will be an incomplete pass and a 4th down.
Back deep to return are Johnson and McGrain. This is a pick your poison scenario for Horowitz. Special teams has been an issue for both sides.
It's got to be Horowitz's. Give you an indication of how this game has gone. This is the 6th punt for Horowitz.
Line drive kick. It'll take a bounce to Johnson at the 25. He is down there, and that is going to be a 33-yard punt for Mike Horowitz. 3-yard return.
I think that was
for Johnson.
Punt number 7 for Horowitz.
Yeah, he's been busy. Awfully busy.
A nice tackle to limit the return by the police department. They will have the ball. 1st and 10.
So NYPD back on the field, and it looks like all the linemen are still the same. Miller, Ramirez to the left. And to the right, it's McGrain and Johnson. They hand off to Roll. He's got some wheels on him, but he is wrapped up nicely by the bravest. Beautiful play there made, and another penalty flag.
Sam Murray in on that tackle, the 5'7", 220-pounder out of Engine 236. Getting his hands on Roll. And yeah, Tom, the flag brigade continues here in the second half. I'm not sure this is going to get backed up, so it's going to go against the fire department.
And it looks like they're going to move up from the 28 to... They're moving up to the 43. This is a 15-yarder. It might be a face mask against the fire department. And I believe that's what it is. Or personal foul.
So, big penalty right there. Gives the police department the ball on their own 42.
Play action bootleg. Ryan going deep in the direction of Johnson, and he makes the... No, he could not hold on. Christian Malera, the 9-year veteran, with the pass breakup for the bravest.
Was Flowers in on that at all? Hard to say from here, or was it Malera?
That was all Malera there, John.
Wow. And it looked like that pass was very close to being caught. Malera getting a hand in at the last minute. And just a beautiful defensive play by Malera. Another big play opportunity for the police department. Tyler Ryan going deep. Malera saving the day for the fire department.
Johnson is definitely the deep threat on this squad. 8:53 to go in the third quarter. Bunch formation, single back looks like roll. Ramirez, the man in motion, and they're going to give a handoff on the jet sweep to McGrain. He plunges forward for a few, and this is going to be called back.
Another flag. Looks like it's going to be holding. Tom, do you believe this cavalcade of penalties?
Joe Baccia in the game, and George Burke will be joining us in just about 5 minutes.
For those of you who don't know, George Burke, president of the New York City Police Department football program in his, 24th year, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Unbelievable. And what a job he's done. And we look forward to finding out more from George about today's festivities, the behind the scenes that goes on to put this spectacular game on year in and year out. Some of George's own personal anecdotes from being on the job himself for many years.
Shout out to Kathleen watching, saying, "Go NYPD." If you don't know, the press box is behind the NYPD stands. So the NYPD fans are lined up in front of us. FDNY is across on the other side. Now, not everybody, but I'd say majority of the fans in front of us are police fans. Across in the bleachers is where the fire department faithful are. Ramirez is going to throw this on a halfback pass down the sideline, and there's another flag, pass interference. That penalty will be slapped to Donaldson, and Cameron Peak throws down his headset in disgust.
Well, they had a streaking receiver, did the police department, who appeared to be wide open, Tom.
Yep.
I don't know if that was McGrain.
McGrain did leak behind the defense on that play.
I mean, wide open. But either way, the police department gets the call.
Or was it an illegal contact?
And
the ball's still... So the ball is... Okay, well, they moved it up 5 yards.
Otherwise, either way, it's 1st and 10 for the police department of New York City.
Illegal contact or something, and they dump it off to Roll again, who's been busy. He makes one man miss. He's still making people miss, but he can't get anywhere. In on the tackle is Mike Hart, number 34, and Mike Hart has been a key cog for FDNY. He's a reserve linebacker who had 5 tackles, an interception, and a pass defended in the Tri-State game. This is Mike Hart. This is his first or second year with the team. First year really getting viable playing time, that is. So he's been a key member of that linebacker unit.
You know, we don't have live stats or a stat guy for this game tonight, Tom, but Danny Roll at 5'9", 175 pounds.
Yeah.
He has had many reps today into the double digits and has taken an absolute beating. I have so much respect for this kid, his quickness, his size, and his toughness.
Ryan takes the snap after McGrain goes in motion, nearly intercepted. It dropped out of Sam Murray's breadbasket.
And Ryan getting good protection here to start the second half. Great job by the O-line for the police department. And Tom, this is where you start to see fatigue start to wear in a little bit. I mean, we still have plenty of time left here in the third quarter, but so much hype leading up to this game, so many activities this week. We talked about the PD luncheon on Thursday. We talked about the big charity event Thursday night at the Bowery Ballroom. And, you know, it takes a lot out of you. A heavy 2 weeks of practice for both of these teams, and in the second half, this really is where the men are going to get separated from the boys, especially in such a close game.
Ryan steps up, looking, throws, caught by Johnson. He's going to be wrapped up inside the 30 by Hart down at the 28, and that is a gain of 26 yards for Kyle Johnson, and now we're about to welcome the NYPD football team president, George Burke. George, thank you so much for joining us tonight. How's it going?
Anytime, guys. How you doing?
George, we're doing great, man. So cool to be here. 24. Well, first of all, we got one heck of a ball game, one heck of a drive going on right now, and I know you've got to be interested, looking to tie this thing up here in the third quarter. So we want to sort of cheat. We'll talk to you. We'll also keep an eye on the game.
Yeah, let's do it.
So twin receivers for Ryan. He is through that pass. He did take a shot there from looked like Denzel Wilson on the quarterback knockdown. And George, former defensive lineman yourself, correct?
Yep. I played for the team for 18 years, coached for a couple, and now I'm the president.
So, George, 24 years as president of this program. For some of our viewers who don't know, what goes into this job and what keeps you so loyal, dedicated, and what keeps you excited about doing it?
Well, it's a lot of hard work, but we have a great staff, and we do it just for the love of the game. Got to get these guys prepared, and they're prepared. We had a tough start to the game, but it looks like we're coming around now.
Well, your boy Tyler Ryan with a couple of big plays here on this drive, a big kid, a big arm, and he's poised to bring you guys right back into it.
Yeah.
So, George, for those of our viewers who don't know, walk us through what this league's about. It's been in existence a long time, since 73, I think, for you guys, 73, 74. The budgets, the players, the recruiting, the coaches, the travel. I mean, this is big-time football with a lot of kids that have had some big backgrounds collegiately and, of course, in high school.
Yeah, absolutely. So these two teams were started in 1973. Both the players at the time, they played for a team in Brooklyn called the Brooklyn Mariners. And then there was an argument over who'd be better, the firemen or the cops.
As Ryan looking left, throws it, is caught by Chris McGrain at the 15-yard line for a first down. A 13-yard reception, and Chris McGrain, George, went to your alma mater, CW Post.
Yep, he's another Post guy. There's a couple of them on the team, and Post guys have been fueling the NYPD football team for a while
John, you're
now.
Sandwiched in between two of them right now.
I'm telling you, I might as well have to go to night school the way it's looking now. But McGrain's gotten popped a few times today. Pops right back up for a small guy. A lot of athleticism, a lot of speed. What can you say about his game tonight?
Chris McGrain is a great player. He took that one to the house before, and there was that questionable call.
Yeah,
I've never seen I've never seen an offsides like that on the offense on the kick return. I don't know if you guys ever have.
Yeah, it was questionable.
Yeah,
it was questionable.
100%.
What do you like about kind of obviously the two undefeated teams going head to head tonight to build up to this game? Last year, 20th anniversary at MetLife Stadium. You guys lose. How important is it to get the win here?
Oh, this is it. This is Army Navy for us. I mean, we have to win this game. And these guys go to practice 2 days a week for months just to get ready for this game, and a lot of dedication on their part.
And talk about your relationship with Kevin Shanahan, the head coach now, 13th year as the head coach. What has he brought to the table for this football team?
Kevin's a great coach. We love Kevin. Actually, Kevin and I go way back. His brother Michael and I played football together at CW Post.
Right, Michael was the center on the team, wasn't he?
Michael was the center. Yep.
And played on the 9/11 team as well.
He did. Yep.
And George, we'll get to your 9/11 story in just a moment, as first down and 10 here from the FDNY 16. Under 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Ryan calling out signals, trips to the left, one receiver split out wide right. That's Kyle Johnson. They'll hand off here to Roll. He's got a little bit of wiggle room. He is tripped up there by Richie Richards. Picked up about 7 on the carry.
Roll with that kind of low center of gravity. At 5'9", Roll is like the we got a little message here.
Another postgraduate stud defensive line.
What do we got? This better be good, George. This better be good.
Yep.
Tell us your thoughts on Roll, 5'9", or like in the Energizer Bunny, just keeps going.
I know Roll since he was in high school. Father was on the job, great guy. Worked with his dad. Danny Roll played at Seaford High School. And I remember watching him. There we go. All right.
Wow. Hey, the good luck charm, George.
There we go.
That's an 11-yard touchdown strike from Tyler Ryan to Kieran Fitzgerald, first-year player.
Yeah, Kieran's another great kid.
Shanahan mentioned the rookie receivers getting opportunities, and Fitzgerald cashes in right there.
Yeah, so we lost J.P. Donato, who's our starting wide receiver, another great wide receiver. He's played for us for a long time. But we have kids ready, and with us, it's next man up.
Absolutely.
And we miss JP, and he'll be back. But for now, these younger guys are going to fill in.
Well, as advertised, you guys are 1 point away from tying this thing up.
Yeah.
I mean, are we going to go down to the last possession of this one, or what?
I don't know, but it sounds like I'm a good luck charm up here. Maybe I'll just hang out.
You must not want to leave. So the tide has turned with the president of NYPD football, George Burke.
Penalty flag. Penalty flag.
Oh, boy.
For the extra point.
We haven't seen any of those today, George.
Oh, my God. Put them away.
As the NYPD faithful have been very vocal about the yellow being thrown on the field today. Offside on the fire department. Declines.
All right,
Tie
we'll
game.
take it. Tie game.
Well, we're all even at 21. We're here. If you're just joining us in the booth now, the president of the NYPD football program, George Burke, 24 years at the helm. So many mass connections for you, not just for your guys, but on both sides. Huge turnout tonight. So many connections with family, friends, players, administration. What's it like to have kind of all of this culminate tonight in such a great turnout, good vibes, and a really competitive game?
So a lot of hard work goes into preparing for this game, and it's really us and the fire department staff that plan this game. But on our end, we preach family, and they have the guys here from 1973 that started the team, and they're always a part of us. And if you play for our team, you're always part of our family. And,
sorry, Jordan, I want to talk about your 9/11 story. You were actually watching it on TV, correct?
Yeah. You're talking about that morning?
Yes.
Yeah, so that morning, I'll let this play go.
And he's decides to take it out.
Well, yeah.
Gutsy move. What will it pay off?
This is Babby, and he trickles ahead towards the 23. But yeah, George, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah.
So again, everyone has a story for 9/11. You never forget it. But I was assigned to that was a voting day. So I was going to be assigned to
primaries.
Yeah, so I was going to be assigned to a voting booth that day, and I woke up and I had.
You're on the job.
Yeah.
Which borough were you in?
I was in Queens at the time, and I turned on the TV in the morning. I see it smoking. They were like, "Oh, plane hit," and next thing you know, another plane hit. So I got in the car and drove to work, and they put us down there right away.
All right. After this down.
We're good.
We're going to go back to the play. We're going to
Ortega in motion. Conklin takes the snap, the pitch over to the running back, and there's going to be a penalty flag. It's going to come back. That was Fung.
Might be holding.
Inside 35-yard line.
Yeah.
Now looks like holding, right?
Yeah. And Mustafa Young.
Mustafa Young is
sideline
a stud.
Sideline. And when you won the Fun City Bowl back in 2018 in Coney Island, he made the eventual game-winning interception.
He did. And Mustafa Young is an absolute stud, and he's one of our best players, and he's all over the field.
Yeah. Tom's talked about it all day today, sideline to sideline. We've said his name repeatedly. You need a guy like that, knows for the football, physical.
Oh, yeah. Always around the ball.
And sort of seems to be a step ahead.
Yep.
Now, FDNY, a much younger team. A lot of those guys weren't on the job when 9/11 happened, but for NYPD, there's still guys on the team, right, when 9/11 happened?
Is there anyone?
I feel like Basabi's been around for a while.
Yeah, I don't think he was on the job then.
Okay.
But, I mean, there's some staff that was, but for the players, I don't think there's anyone left.
So walk us through after the snap here. What transpired on your day?
Conklin pump fakes the screen pass here, and a nice play made there by the NYPD. Looked like Mark Ricketts got in there.
Mark Ricketts, another good player. He's always all over the field, Mark. Great player for us.
So just so we can wrap that story up, 9/11, you're watching on TV, you're assigned to a booth in Queens, a voting booth.
Yeah, I wasn't there yet. I didn't have to be at work until like 12:30, I think, that day. We watched it, the planes hit the towers. I drove to work, and they put us on a bus and sent us into Manhattan.
And from there, are you able to talk about it at all?
It was cleanup for
a lot of it, yeah, right.
Yeah, it was terrible.
And there's been so many illnesses associated with that, George. How is that going with some of the guys that have died and continue to get sick 21 years later?
Yeah, I got to be honest, it's pretty scary, actually.
I mean, especially for you.
Yeah. I mean, whenever something hurts, you're like, "Whoa, what was that?"
Right.
But we go. Everybody goes for checkups, and they do it once a year, and
Let me ask you, I mean, without getting too crazy, but, you guys, people don't know what it's like, what you guys go through on a day-to-day basis, and with sort of the ups and downs of the political climate and the craziness in the world today. What keeps you focused on this job? Is this such an important job, and at times underappreciated, other times appreciated, but, navigating that, what's that like for you?
I've always wanted to be a cop. My father was a cop. My brother was a cop. My whole family, my brother-in-law, my cousin, my uncle. So to us, it's the family business, you know. So
you kind of take the good with the bad, over the years.
Yeah, so it's something I always wanted to do, and it's something that I love, and I'm going to continue doing it. I got 25 years on the job now, so I'm going to stay with it as long as I
Phenomenal.
can. And I could have retired 5 years ago, but I still love the job. So I'm going to stick around. We'll see what happens.
All right, I'm sure you get asked this a lot, but one last one in terms of, you've had your success on the field here. You're hoping to get a win today. But at this point, we might be playing until 2 in the morning.
I know.
So, hey, by the way, what are the overtime rules today?
We play college rules, so it'll come down to that.
Right.
I actually like college rules better than the pros.
Yeah.
It's a lot more fun.
So you each get a possession?
Yeah, we'll each get a possession. Down on
if it goes that way.
Yeah, if it goes that way. Let's hope Kyle takes one here and we don't have to do that.
And here's Johnson, who's got some room. He's got a full load of speed, and he's finally tripped up.
Kyle Johnson is a monster.
Yeah.
Okay? The kid's an absolute stud.
And he gives you guys an absolutely phenomenal field position.
Oh, yeah.
34-yard return.
Yeah. He played at Pace and went to Elmont High School.
Northeast 10 school.
That's it, any 10.
He made that look way too easy. So, so much of focus on the negative in the world. Over the last 25 years, George, is there something that stands out that, maybe it might have even been a little thing that you were able to sort of maybe help contribute, change the life of somebody, or, I don't know. You hear all the heroic stories, but something that you'll always kind of keep close to you, that you experience, whether through family, ton of family on the job, or just something that happened to you individually. Something positive, maybe, we can share with our viewers.
To me, honestly, the most positive thing is this football team. That's why I'm not leaving, It's
the camaraderie, changing young men's lives.
Yeah, I mean, all the guys, we get new guys every year, and
the
turnover, and just teaching these young guys on the team how everything works. And I love the football team.
Do you guys kind of respect the other side off the field? And it gets chippy out there, but
it gets chippy out there. This is a rivalry game, but those guys run into burning buildings. You know what I mean? So at work, you can't really say anything bad about them. You know what I mean? Not too many people run into burning buildings. All guys are chasing after people with guns, but those guys run into burning buildings. So there's a mutual respect there.
Absolutely.
What does the future look like for this program, Coach George?
Well, we're always at the academy recruiting.
And Johnson unable to reel in that catch. A good throw there by Ryan, just past the outstretched arms of Johnson.
There he is again.
Yeah.
Johnson had his hands on it.
Vertical threat. Vertical threat for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize what it takes to catch a football running with a helmet on and a chin strap on. The wind whipping through your ears, limited vision. People think it's easy.
No.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
If you have not worn a helmet and you've not put on the pads, it's a different thing when you're down there, especially the lighting now. You go from sunlight to under these artificial lights. Lots factors into this.
Yeah, that's why I played nose guard, so I don't have to deal with that.
Absolutely. And George, a couple people say hello. Trish says we love George Burke. Go NYPD.
Trish is the daughter of the founder of the football team, Joe Lochran, who couldn't be here tonight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's his daughter.
That's so cool. What's up, Trish?
And we love Joe Lochran. Too bad he couldn't be here tonight for the 50th. But Joe's the reason we're all here.
We have a timeout here by the finest. We're going to step aside for a quick 15-second break. We'll be back with George Burke in just a couple moments.
We're going to let you go in a minute, George.
Sure.
All right.
Ryan Seacrest. First responders are people who stand for a greater purpose. When you call 911 and ask for help, first responders show up. Now, let's show up for the people who show up for us every day and every night.
Folks, welcome back to Mitchell Field here in Uniondale, New York. Tom Scavetta with John Heffernan alongside our very special guest, George Burke, the president of the NYPD football team. George, a couple more people say hello. Johan Rodriguez, former player.
Johan Rodriguez, former player. Great
Comment
player.
section. Kathleen Logren as well.
Oh, that's Joe's wife.
Yeah. And
Kathleen Lochran, what's up?
Keith Carranz, looking fit, George. You probably can still play.
Yeah, I don't know about fit.
Dude, you got to look at the mitts on this guy. My gosh.
So I have a little gas left in the tank. Just the body broke down. You know what I mean? It's like an '85 Chevy.
3rd down and 5. 4 receivers to the right. Ryan rolls right. He throws. He finds the intended target. That's Fitzgerald again. Lowers his shoulder into Mikey Martin, and that's an NYPD first down.
Fitzgerald's a Kellenberg kid. Played right across the street.
You guys knocking on the door again. You could take the first lead of the game if you're able to punch it in here with 2:20 to go in the 3rd quarter. You guys have been slowly kind of chipping away, and it's paying off on this drive.
James Norton says, "What's up, George?" Keith Kern, George, what's up from the Seaford girls lax team?
Yeah, there you go. That's my co-coach, and he's actually the head coach of my daughter's lacrosse team. I help out with.
You got a big fan club, George.
Also, Roni asks, "Where's Pino?"
Ron Pino, that's a good question. He does security for Rihanna, so he's probably with Rihanna somewhere.
And here's a run to roll. Scampers inside the 3, and that's where he'll be downed.
You talk a little bit about the play of that rookie center of yours, Tyler Figueroa.
Yeah, good kid. Great family. He's got a big, huge family here. Everybody's following.
Okay.
They roll deep.
Another rookie, too, that's impressing today for
Farmingdale kid.
Keith says, "Bring back Burke, Pepe, and Gadsden."
Yeah, that was the old D-line. It was me, Rudy Gadsden, Kenny Pepe, and Keith Irving.
Nice.
And NYPD here threatening.
Burke, I'm telling you, good luck charm, man.
Yeah, you know what, guys? I'm not leaving. You can't.
Full house.
You have to call a bouncer to get me
Going
out
on
of here.
2 scores with Berkey over the
Full house
booth.
formation and rolls Scampers in for a 3-yard touchdown. That's Danny Roll.
Yep.
NYPD takes their first lead of the game.
We just talked about that.
27-21 with the extra point pending. George, full house formation. Beautiful run there by Danny Roll. Quick feet.
Danny Roll's a great kid. You know, he's one of those guys that he goes 0 to 60 like in the snap of a finger.
Didn't he and Herman and Rigoli also go to the same high school?
Yeah, Herman's a Seaford kid. Danny Roll's a Seaford kid. Yeah, and Rigoli. I live right around the corner from the high school.
Yeah, there you go. So you got plenty of recruiting capabilities.
Extra point is no good, though.
That's huge.
Special teams mistake. And, folks, we're going to take a 30-second break. And, George, if you want, we can let you go. If not, we'll let you stay for the end of the quarter.
But I'm not going to tell this guy what to do. You kidding me?
30-second commercial, folks. We'll be right back with more coverage of the 2022 Fun City Bowl.
Mr. Rogers said, "Look for the helpers. Can always find people who are helping." Thank you to all the first responders who put their lives in danger to help us when my brothers and sisters need them. We look out for the helpers because they look out for us. Thank you, first responders. Thank you, first responders. Love you. Mwah.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another.
Folks, welcome back to Mitchell Field here in Uniondale, New York, site of the 2022 Fun City Bowl. It's the 50th anniversary since the first time these two teams met. Tom Scavetta with John Heffernan and George Burke. NYPD football team president, George, we've got you for another minute or two. We want to thank you so much for joining us. You seem to be the good luck charm for the police department right now, as this kickoff is going to be fielded by the fire department. They get across the 30 down to the 33.
Return.
So
That's a good return.
Good field position for the Bravest.
You talked a lot about the local connections for you here. Extra special playing out on the island for you? Got it.
Yeah. I love playing on here. It's close to home too.
That's what I mean. Yes, you got all the fan base and all the friends and family coming out. So first lead of the game, George. That kid Roll, man, 5'9". He is a tough, fast little guy.
Yeah, he is.
Low center of gravity. He can roll over you, too, or run around you.
Yeah, he's definitely not scared, Danny.
As a shotgun set here for Conklin, still in the game, trips to his right. Sumter in the backfield. The pass caught by Herrick, but he's going nowhere.
There you go. That's good defense.
Good tackle there made by Danelle Lazar, the younger brother of Pete Lazar.
Pete Lazar, yeah.
Second and long. And, George, I've got to ask, this defense has really tightened up here in the second half.
Yeah, we got a bunch of young, good ball players out there. We joke around with the Lazar brothers. We think they fed them elk for breakfast every morning.
If it were that easy.
Yeah, right?
So, I mean, not that it's that long ago. A couple of our viewers think you could put the helmet on right now. But what would you say is some of the changes you've seen with your program over the years and sort of level of play, the draw for athletes that are on the job and getting them to get out there? Has it gotten better, obviously, over the years?
Yeah, you know what? The game for us has gotten faster than when I played. These kids are definitely faster than we were.
Another penalty.
Third the end of the third quarter. The score at the end of the third, NYPD leads the FDNY 27-21. George, Burke, we want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Good luck the rest of the way. You're on your way.
You.
NYPD football team president. All right. Folks, we're going to step aside.
George, what do you say? Down at 4?
Yeah, fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter. All right, there you go.
Yep. All right, let's roll.
That's the post thing, too.
Right.
They did that at post. But, folks, remember, text STRONG to 24-365.
Make your contributions for the Children's Fund.
First Responders Children's Foundation. Folks, we're going to step aside for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The fourth quarter is up next.
Take care, everybody.
George, thank you so much.
Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. Can always find people who are helping. Thank you to all the first responders who put their lives in danger to help us when my brothers and sisters need them. We look out for the helpers because they look out for us.
Thanks, Georgie.
Folks, welcome back to Mitchell Field here in Uniondale, New York. Fourth quarter on their way. Conklin's going to take off, slides down at the 35-yard line. Might have been a late hit, 5-yard gain. NYPD pleading their case. We just spoke with George Burke. Conklin still in the game, and John, we have a couple comments from the FDNY fans. Gina, hello, Gina. Picciano saying hello. Let's go FDNY. Maggie saying let's go D. Karen Waldorf says FDNY, and Vinny Clemente says I worked with Jimmy Roll. And Neil is asking where's the starter? No update. FDNY.
Rigoli, Conklin is replaced. Rigoli. It's been a combination, a 1-2 punch they've worked with all year. Who's the viewer that asked that question?
Neil Flip. Yeah, it's been this way all season long.
Good question, Neil. Good question.
Yeah, definitely a good question. Conklin and Rigoli tend to split the reps.
And I think a good example of what Conklin brings is his ability to scramble on that keeper, even though it's going to get brought back on the penalty against FDNY. Conklin showing he can move the ball, he can create. And with quarter 4 and under 15 to go right at the start here of the fourth quarter, head coach Kent Peak says, you know what, I want to switch things up. And that's what the Bravest are doing right now.
Is Carasquillo with a comment saying, let's go FDNY. Come on, men. Margaret, shout out to Margaret Ott Day. Let's go FDNY, number 96, supporter of John Cunningham. NYPD 10 for Vinnie Morrow. Good luck, NYPD. I believe Vinnie Morrow's still number 10. Yep, that is correct. So FDNY faced with a 2nd and 25 following
penalties,
15-yard
penalties, Tom.
Rigoli has twin receivers to each side. Heedle's in motion right. Conklin, sorry, it's Conklin, not Rigoli. Conklin throws and finds his intended target. Looked like Ortega. They pick up about 11 to 12 yards on that play, 3rd and long, so they got about half of it back, John.
Conklin showing a little bit of his repertoire there. Pump fake. completion. Ran the ball on the play before that, and kind of like I'm going to date myself here, but a little Flutie-esque, little Tarkenton-esque.
You mentioned that in the Tri-State game, Flutie-esque, and also
he's always moving, that guy.
Quick shout out to Kerry Ann O'Connor saying good luck NYPD.
And the PD fans have been very animated throughout. Credit to the PD fans in attendance here at Mitchell Field. We, of course, are right above them in the Prescott box behind the PD bench.
Also, shout out to Andres Martinez on the First Responders Children's Foundation Facebook page saying go FDNY, and that pass is complete.
I think they might.
To Darren Payne. It is ruled a catch, but he's going to be about 2 yards shy of the first down.
Rigoli forced out to his left. Conklin forced out to his left, makes the completion, but it's going to be short. I don't know, Tom. Do they go for it? They're not going to. But
no, you punt the football, you try to get it back. There's still 12 minutes and 40 seconds to go. You're punting the football.
One of the reasons I brought it up, though, is big fourth down conversion for the fire department in the first half, which led to a touchdown. Granted, the field position was much different, but in this game, anything goes. But it will be a punt for Horowitz, who's been very busy back there.
Kev Conklin says 12 better step it before he's back riding Pine. Shout out to Kevin, and an FDNY player moved. That is a false start. Dollison on the flinch. Not good.
Wow.
And the mistakes have plagued FDNY. This is now 10-plus penalties on the Bravest. This will back them up to 4th and 7, now punting from their own 38.
Penalties are just out of hand tonight.
Good Lord, John. This is...
that's the most we've ever seen.
And Steve Orr is very big with discipline. You could see him there with his hands on his hips, standing alone. You see him in the black shirt.
Well, I think, that shows Steve's respect for the game. He, officially walked away at the end of last season, but you're not going to drag that guy off the field. But that's got to be driving him crazy, Tom.
The penalties for FDNY are mind-boggling. And I'm looking at my producer as I say that, because the amount of shots you have to take and then pan back when penalties happen, it's definitely time-consuming. So we want to shout out everybody behind the scenes here who make this broadcast what it is. Without them, what we do is not possible, folks. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that isn't seen on the live stream, so it's important to mention that and point those people out that are doing their jobs, whether it's guys on the cameras, guys pushing the buttons here, Joe Ryder and George Zayas really leading the charge.
Well, I refer to him as our fearless leader. That is Mr. George Zayas, our producer extraordinaire.
George Zayas out of Westchester, New York.
Yonkers to be, we might as well give away his whole resume at this point. But seriously, props to George Zayas for putting this together and directing today.
Another
Joe
penalty.
Ryder.
This is an illegal.
Mind-boggling.
Look at Steve Orr pacing. I don't know if you see him. He's pacing. He's so mad. Another illegal procedure penalty. And we know there's been issues with the snap with Surratt all season long.
Yeah.
This one is a good snap. Horowitz, sky-high kick.
Good kick by Horowitz. Not bad.
This will bounce out of bounds. Did not gain much traction, though. He punted from his own 33, and it goes out of bounds at, can't see where the official's standing. It looks like the NYPD 36. So that is a 41-yard punt, if I'm doing the math correct. So not bad there for Horowitz.
Yeah. Horowitz has been busy today.
He has been. And you see here Mikey Martin checking in the game defensively for FDNY. And Mike Harden there, along with Mike Silazitsky. Some reserves in the game right now. Need to mention that. Also looks like a reserve defensive lineman in there as well.
With Tyler Ryan in the shotgun set, this guy scares me. He just seems to get stronger as this game goes on.
7th-year guy. He's been the starter for a while now. Twin receivers, he'll throw, fires it over. And that is caught by Nico Ramirez, picking up about 5 yards. Nice strike there, under 12 minutes and change here to go in regulation, and I'll tell you, NYPD is really doing an outstanding job controlling this game. They're not pulling away. FDNY is hanging in there tough, but, I mean, they've been taking advantage of those fire department mistakes all game long.
No better indication of those miscues than in that last possession by FDNY.
Shout out to Eileen O'Flaherty, Tassiello, and another penalty. This one.
That's going to go against the police department.
Yeah.
It's like a chop block almost.
I have never seen the flag in 4 years of calling this game. I have never seen the penalty flags been thrown this much.
I think that was McGrain who with I don't know what they called it. It looked like a clean block to me.
Like an illegal block in the back potentially. Oh, they're picking the flag up.
Oh wow! It was McGrain who laid out.
Yep.
The bravest player.
McGrain's a tough kid.
Man, he's
been
not the
through
biggest
a lot.
guy either.
No,
Man, that was
6 foot 200. And 11:07 to go. Clock running. 3rd down and 6 for NYPD.
A little chill in the air in this late spring. Beautiful night here in Uniondale, New York. Mitchell Field right near Garden City.
So Mike Miller and Nico Ramirez are split out left. McGrain in the slot to the right with Johnson on the near side. Ryan takes the snap. That's roll with him in the backfield. Throws off his back foot, and he is decked hard. And that is Frank
Zerbo.
The Tank Zerbo.
And Ryan looks like he's hurt. It looked like it was a rib shot. Zerbo got in there, and Ryan's taking a beating as he gets up again and will limp off the field. It is 4th down, but that's a developing situation we're going to have to keep an eye on, as it's been Ryan who has led the charge, giving the police department their first lead of the game. And as I said moments ago, he seems to be getting stronger. And Zerbo went in low right around the ribs. Oh, man, that is rough.
Zerbo's a smart linebacker for this team. They're quick and they're explosive, and a good job there by Sheridan not getting that punt blocked. It'll take a friendly NYPD bounce as it trickles its way down to the FDNY 28-yard line, and that is where the red and white will take over with 10:29 to go.
Zerbo at 5'9", 200 pounds at a ladder 107. He laid the hammer down and got Ryan in the right spot. So we'll see if Ryan's going to make it back into this ball game or not, but it could be a big change of events here as the police department holds the 6-point lead on that missed extra point, which could come back to haunt the police department. We'll see.
Jenna Horowitz says hello. My husband, kicker Mike Horowitz, FDNY.
Oh, Jenna, we love Mike.
Let's win this game for our new 3-week-old newborn baby, Michael.
Jenna, congratulations.
Assuming Michael Horowitz Jr. Conklin will throw, caught by Babby, and a nice play there made by Ulrich Blaze.
Jenna, I'm sorry, you talk about a newborn.
Go ahead.
Wow, 3 weeks old.
Yes.
Woo! That's terrific. We're really happy for the Horowitz family and their new addition, little Mikey. Is that who it is?
Absolutely.
All right. Good job, you guys. We're proud of you.
Darren Payne has checked into the game. Rick Dalcortivo checks out. We haven't called his name much.
No, we
tonight.
haven't.
I'm surprised we haven't seen him too much. 4 receivers in the game, for FDNY. Trips to the left. Herman split out to the right. They're going to hand off. This is Fung. Fung has some wiggle room to go. He's close to the marker. He needed 6. He picked up about 4.5, maybe 5. 3rd and short upcoming. 3rd and 1. And clock ticking under 9.5 minutes to go. FDNY trying to get ahead of the chains by running the football here. NYPD's defense has been very stout. Now you're starting to see that both teams have gotten settled in. The defenses have taken over this football game.
That's a great point. Absolutely spot on as we approach the 9-minute mark. And just 1 yard needed by the fire department, rolling to his right.
Conklin's going to run and get the first down.
And again, we talked about his ability to run the football. And what do you think about the move of Camp Peak putting him into the ball game, Tom?
I'm not surprised. They refuse to commit to just one quarterback. Regoli usually starts, and then Conklin usually comes in reserve. And remember, Conklin came in as a reserve last year for corrections of Damir Djukanovic. They took him out of the game and put Conklin in, so it's no surprise that Conklin is in there. He's pretty much
very humble kid. Spoke to him before the game today. Started on the job with the FDNY back in March of this year. So
Dalportivo with the handoff, plows over a defender. Looked like that might have been Blaze that he stampeded over.
You talk about smash mouth football. FDNY giving a little bit of that taste of their own medicine to PD as they're running the ball up the gut, which we haven't seen a lot of in succession today. Fung.
A lot of support for FDNY here in the comments section. Maurice Murphy says broad channel legend in regards to Conklin. Needs to get the splinters out before he sets on field again.
I love the ribbing from the comments. It's great.
7 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Twin receivers to each side for Conklin. This is 2nd and 6.
Conklin, plenty of time.
Underthrows the receiver. That pass is incomplete. Ricketts, good job. And there is another penalty flag.
It's almost too much. I mean, you can't call everything. I mean, if you want to throw a flag on every play of a game, you could do it. You can find
roughing the passer on NYPD. That's going to be
15 yards.
15-yarder. Wow.
And that's a huge call.
In a game like this.
And it's going to be an automatic first down for the fire department. Conklin taking one for the team there.
I'm not sure what people in Long Island and New York City are doing on their Saturday night, but if you're not watching this game, you're missing a lot. We got two outstanding football teams on the field here. Put their lives on the line every day to protect the city of New York.
And Tom, this could be the most pivotal drive of the game as the fire department now in police department territory. Some of these comments are
some of these comments we can't read. Conklin throws off the hands of Heedle, caught by Payne. Incomplete.
I thought he held on to it.
One official ruled catch. The other ruled incomplete, so there's a discussion.
And we don't have the luxury of instant replay.
It went off the hands of Heedles. The ball floated up in the air, which is never a good thing. 2nd and 10.
But it took an FD bounce, but it will be called incomplete.
Yeah.
And it's going to be second down, Tom, as you mentioned. And it is getting wild here in the fourth quarter.
It is getting wild for sure. And again, just, couldn't thank enough the First Responders Children's Foundation for helping put on this show today. Without them, none of us are here being able to put on this live stream.
It was nice to see Jillian, too, back in the booth.
Absolutely.
Great job.
Great interview, as always, Jillian. We appreciate you watching. Conklin
for a better spokesperson.
Steps up in the pocket. He's going to take off. And he gets wrestled down. And Conklin has an FDNY first down.
I mean, he fought for those last 2 yards.
On 2nd and 10, a quarterback delayed draw.
And that's exactly why he's in the ball game.
Well, in my opinion, the play broke down, but I mean, there's a chance that was designed. This guy is nifty on his feet.
Well, he creates something out of nothing. And again, you got to realize when you have those resources at your disposal, the receiving core, the underneath guys, it's going to wear down a defense. And you're starting to see a little bit of that now.
Absolutely.
The benefit that Conklin has to this bravest football team.
Conklin trips to his left, takes the snap on 1st and 10 from the NYPD 28, misses Payne, incomplete. And John, one other firefighter
Conklin hit again hard.
One other firefighter I want to mention is Tommy Elkers, who passed away last year in 2021 out of Ladder 44 and Bravest football alumni. He died of World Trade Center-related illnesses. A firefighter.
We honored him against the Shields game.
Yes, we did. Back on May 7th, out in Bethpage, New York. His family was there. Thomas Elkers, the father, and he also spent 4 years with the NYPD, so he saw both sides of the spectrum. 19 years as a firefighter, 4 years as a police officer. Thomas Elkers, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Tommy.
Ortega in motion, and this is a huge blitzkrieg coming from NYPD, but Conklin escapes. Another penalty flag.
That's going to go, that could...
I'm starting to think that whoever posted that comment a few moments ago is right.
The comment was something along the lines of the referees don't want to leave here tonight.
Yes.
They want to stay here all night. We'll leave it at that. Humorous, but it's going to go against the fire department, and it's going to come back. But that would have been 2 first downs in a row on his feet by Conklin, really showing what he can do. And that guy is laying it all out on the line for the fire department, despite that one getting called back. It's going to be 2nd down.
All right, so a couple comments. Keith, just moved to Tampa a month ago. I attend every year. Thanks so much for showing this live. Keith, no problem. The pleasure is ours. Nick Martone, the clock reads 6 minutes and 25 seconds. What's for breakfast? I don't know.
I guess it's getting late.
Yes, that's the point.
Nick, 6:15 to go here in the 4th quarter.
2nd and 17.
Conklin harassed.
He is he escaped. He escaped, and he's still going. He's on his feet. Look at him move.
That's got to be the run of the game, even though he gets it right back to the line of scrimmage. Wow! It was like a magician's act out there by Conklin. I mean, he broke 2 or 3 tackles. He was in the grasp. He should have been down. And Conklin somehow busts 3, but it's still going to be 3rd and 16. Wow, Tom.
I mean, this is a guy who worked for the Department of Sanitation a year or 2 ago, and now he's a fireman, and he's on this football team. John.
And this is nothing but garbage time. We're not going to call it that because this kid is putting on a show.
Wow. I'm telling you, it took him a little bit to get the rust off, get his feet wet into the game, but I'll tell you, unbelievable. Looking like Big Ben out there, says Richard Ford. That's another decent comparison as well, but 2nd down and 22 upcoming.
Not quite the same size.
No. He's 5'11", 220. Build on the roster, that is, and it looks like Fung in the backfield.
This is 22 yards to go. Man, they got an uphill climb as these penalties continue to ravish both sides.
What's the over-under of a penalty on this one? Conklin stepping up, and now he is sacked from behind. The first to get there was Tejada. Cleaning up the trash for NYPD was big man number 25, Pete Lazar.
Yeah, Lazar's a big guy, number 25 for the NYPD, coming in and showing what he is capable of. Just a big play by Lazar.
Lazar had a sack in the game last year against Fire Department. He displays pure power. He's a physical guy who will punch you in the mouth. Again, 14th year with this team. He's a veteran.
And it's those guys that are going to make the difference, the experience.
3rd and 22. Conklin, he's getting backed up again. It's Lazar yet again. Pete Lazar.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword, and Conklin learning that firsthand here as we get down to the 4-minute and 15-second mark. And the Bravest are going to have to kick it away, and the New York City Police Department 4 minutes away from revenge in the 2021 20th anniversary Fun City Bowl at MetLife Stadium last year, won by the Fire Department of New York. And they're going to have to eat some clock here.
Horowitz to punts. 48, and NYPD picks it up. And Johnson is downed by Hart. And there's a penalty flag as there's a little scrum on the field there. NYPD number 27, Kevin Young, got into it with number 25, James Mahoney, for FDNY.
And Kyle Johnson getting away with one there, muffing the punt, able to get back on it. And that would have been an absolute heartbreaker for PD if they turned it over there. Again, punts have been an adventure on both sides today.
Absolutely. And wow, we got 188 live right now.
Nice.
Now 189.
Nice.
Folks, keep the shares coming because we're getting down to crunch time. Under 4 minutes to go.
We are here.
And
we are here.
If I'm not mistaken, the NYPD, when they won the Fun City Bowl in 2018, I believe the final score
was 27-21.
Need to fact check that as handoff there, and well, they're going to keep doing that behind the backbone of this offense. As Shanahan mentioned that their practices, they've been pretty good all year. They got a lot of work done this week. Practice on Thursday, look sharp, walk through on Friday, and it's really the offensive line that's the bread and butter to this offense. And now we have a timeout taken by FDNY.
And with 3:24 to go, for those of you watching at home or wherever on your devices around the country, NYPD up 27-21, and we're going to take a quick 15-second timeout. Back after this.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another.
Folks, welcome back to Uniondale, New York. This is Mitchell Field Complex in Nassau County, Long Island. My name is Tom Scavetta. His name is John Heffernan. We're here calling the 2022 Fun City Bowl. It's New York's finest. It's New York's bravest. 27 points for NYPD, 21 for FDNY. John, what does FDNY need to do here defensively to get
crunch
a stop?
Time. Well, with 3:24 on the clock, Tyler Ryan can't just try to eat it all up. He's going to have to run the ball. They need at least a first down here to keep this drive going if they want to get this thing down to, let's say, under 2 minutes and see what happens. But they're already at third down now, Tom, so PD either gets the first down or they're going to have to kick it away.
And the fire department has done something that's been very underlooked by everybody, including us all game. They have made NYPD one-dimensional at times. The inability to establish a running game has forced Ryan to do an air raid style offense and throw the football a lot more than what was advertised, right? So what that's doing, you see that drop pass right there by Kyle Johnson. Not only is it third and long, it stops the clock at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Exactly.
And exactly, Roni Raphael says, why is PD throwing the ball? Kathleen Logren says, Tom and John, thanks for the coverage. Kathleen, thank you so much. And another incomplete pass.
It's going to be fourth down just like that. Johnson can't get a grip on it.
After that hit that Ryan took on the last possession or two, he just hasn't looked like the same quarterback.
Yeah, he's taken a beating. Both guys have. And since Conklin got in, 2 sacks in the last possession, offensive possession for the fire department, it's going to be a war of attrition here in the final 3:15.
And the punt by Sheridan.
And
fair catch.
Fair catch by number 89 for FDNY.
And fire department will have excellent field position. They need a touchdown.
Or was that Marco Bobby?
Marco Bobby.
Yeah, number 88.
That
My
is
bad.
It. So Cameron Peak right now, what are you saying to your team? Mark Pop, the offensive coordinator, what are you saying to this offense that hasn't scored any points in quite some time, John?
Rigoli comes out, Conklin comes in, and as I said, live by the sword, die by the sword. He's had a couple of big gains on his own, but I think you've got to work in your go-to guy, and Joe Herman. He's been the hero here today in the first half, and we're going to need a big play from the FDNY, and it's going to have to come from one of their receivers, in my opinion, here with 3:14 to go.
And we will see what FDNY can do offensively. They've been quiet. Conklin looking left, throws caught. Darren Payne.
It is caught.
First down.
Conklin got smacked there right at the end of the play.
Yeah. And we have a shot of the trophy here.
Yep.
As you can see. Looks like Scott Perrin standing around there, getting ready to present it to the winner of this game.
But Tom, not too early to start talking about your thoughts for MVP. I know a lot rides on this possession right here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. In time, 2:45 left on the clock. Rowe. Conklin throws, it is caught. This pass is caught by Bobby again. He is inside the 35, down to the 33. He picks up 12.
And Bobby, with a couple of spin moves, gets a couple of extra yards. A huge first down for the New York City Fire Department.
Fire Department is coming on. A lot of comments in the comments section. We're trying to get to as many as we can, folks. We do apologize if we don't get to all of them. There's a bowling tournament, wow, for the police, fire, military on July 22nd through the 24th. Very interesting. Let's go, NYPD, says Christy Ravello. Conklin looking, rolls right, throws, finds his man. Looks like there might be Payne again.
Plenty of time Conklin had to throw the football, calm, cool, and collected. Another reception for the fire department.
That was Bobby, actually.
And it's going to be 2nd and 2, and this impressive drive continues.
1:48 remaining in regulation, 27-21. NYPD leading. NYPD with a defense chant. FDNY, twin receivers to each side. Sumter in the backfield. Conklin takes the snap, looking left. Hesitating, rolls right now. Surveys, throws deep, penalty flag, pass incomplete. We have to await the call.
And plenty of time once again for Conklin to throw the football. That looks like it's going to be against the fire department. Holding, perhaps.
I'm not so sure. We have to wait and see. It's been a guessing game all game. As wow, over 200 viewers now. And penalty is against the finest. Wow. FDNY is going to get a first down inside the red zone. They are now at the 20-yard line of the NYPD. All right, so first down and 10. They're inside the 20. They're moving it up to the 15.
Once again, it's a penalty flag that has had a huge impact on another drive.
Ortega in motion, right. Low snap, Conklin. The screen pass caught by Heedles. Makes one man miss. He's running. He's looking for some room. He's running sideways now, and Steve Orr, I bet you he has his hands over his head after that.
Looking maybe to stop the clock and get out of bounds.
I mean, you still have a minute and 11 seconds left. You're inside the 20.
My heels looked like he was making a beeline for the sideline. It's now 2nd and 10.
Kevin Conklin says, my 3-month-old is now watching. My uncle better not disappoint.
Oh, nice. Congrats to Kevin.
John Conklin, if he comes back and they score here and win, he's the MVP of this game. Even though he only played one half, mounting a comeback against an NYPD defense that has been stout, arguably the best in the league. Well, both of these teams will argue that their defense is the best in the league this year.
And Tom,
I think just anchoring a drive like this, John, you have to give it to the quarterback.
I couldn't agree with you more. And Tom, we got to talk about that missed extra point by the police department of New York City. It's going to come back potentially to absolutely haunt them here with 1:11 to go in the game here at Mitchell Field. Fans, if you're just joining us now, NYPD with their first lead of the game, getting that here in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
And it's been back and forth since then, FDNY poised with 2nd and 9 with the football.
Yep. Want to quickly acknowledge Alan Jackson's tribute to first responders from 9/11 to COVID-19. Mentions that we're counting on them. Nashville's Kaylee Hammock, music's newest sensation. Big supporter. Conklin has trips to the left. He's looking. He might take off again. He's looking. He throws over the middle. Pass is incomplete. 3rd and 9 upcoming.
Dangerous pass.
Yeah.
Broken up.
Johnny O. Big stop. Let's go. Miss being out there and with PD playing. Chris Feely with a comment. Chris Feely, I think I remember your name on the roster a few years back, like 3 or 4 years ago.
Ricketts has been invaluable for the NYPD, the 6', 200-pounder out of the 48th precinct.
105 to go. Keith says this is better than the Giants and the Jets. Very, very interesting comment there. And NYPD, let's give Robert Marzano some credit, number 61. He is getting the sideline pumped up for the NYPD. Conklin faces a 3rd and 9 here.
Yeah, biggest play of the game for the fire department right now, 3rd and 9.
105 to go from the PD 14-yard line. Conklin has a little bit of time. He's going to take off. Conklin has the first down and more. He's plowing ahead inside the 5. He is down to the 3.5-yard line. First down.
Conklin just getting on the job for the fire department of New York City in March of 2022. Can he be the hero tonight?
All I'm going to say is this. If FDNY scores, the extra point is the most important extra point of Mike Horowitz's career.
And in the history of this rivalry, perhaps. And can you imagine the pressure? But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It is 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. 52 seconds remain. Timeout. New York City Police Department.
John Conklin, outstanding run. NYPD, again, they've been great defensively. They lead the all-time series in the Fun City Bowl, 31-17.
Again, John Conklin absolutely willing his way on the gridiron here in the 4th quarter.
Yeah. And there's only 52 seconds to go, John. I mean, this game, they've played at the Orange Bowl, the Rose Bowl, the Link, MetLife Stadium, Giants Stadium, MCU Park, and Coney Island. Unbelievable. Matthew Jones, this quarterback for FD is awesome. How many timeouts does FD have left, says Demir. I want to say they have 1 after that.
They've got first down with a couple of cracks at the end zone. Oh, we shall see. It's all come down to this.
Yep. Tamir, I'm getting confirmation there's 1 timeout left for FDNY. NYPD sideline is getting riled up. The kids are getting riled up. FDNY, 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. 52 seconds to go. They trail by 6. Heedles in the backfield. Twin receivers to each side. Conklin takes the snap. Looking left, throws, it is caught. Bobby breaks a tackle in the end zone for a touchdown. There is a penalty flag. Let's hold on and wait. We are not sure who it's going to be against, but for now, it is an FDNY touchdown to Bobby from 4 yards out.
But the ball was bobbled around. How did Bobby come down with it?
He bobbled it. Bobby.
Unbelievable.
Living up to his name, but the penalty went flying. It has to be against PD because they're coming on to kick the extra point.
And this is the kick that you just talked about. The biggest extra point attempt in the career of Mike Horowitz. He's a father. New father, a 3-month-old at home. Can Horowitz do it?
Also, Mark Bobby has 2 touchdowns.
3-week-old at home, I'm sorry.
Extra point is blocked! It's blocked! No, but Heedles came away with it. He throws. It is caught for the 2-point conversion. It is caught for the 2-point conversion.
Can you believe it?
FDNY.
The low snap. Heedle somehow comes up with it.
Holy smokes.
For the 2-point conversion.
Tommy Heedles. Holy smokes.
You cannot make this kind of thing up. Was it Horowitz that threw it?
No.
The ball was loose on the low snap. Horowitz had his extra point attempt blocked, picked up by the FDNY, thrown to Heedles for the 2-point conversion, and the FDNY take the 2-point lead.
I'll be honest, I couldn't see who caught the pass. It's 29-27, FDNY. FDNY, if they can hold on.
Can we get confirmation on who got the 2-point conversion? And Camp Peak will swear that's the way he drew it up. Unbelievable.
Well, again, we alluded to it. Issues with the snap, and Heedles was able to make that throw to the end zone. And John Heffernan is going to head down to the field for a post-game interview. Al Garcia, former FDNY offensive lineman, commenting in the comment section. Kira O'Connor, wow, disappointing. Very unbelievable play. Yes, that was an outstanding play. 2-point lead for the fire department, but there is still 46 seconds remaining, and Kevin Shanahan is giving the officials an earful right now. He is unhappy. Unfortunately, we do not have a replay available tonight. Just to reset the scene, FDNY leads by 2, 29-27. They are kicking off to NYPD. Kyle Johnson still pleading his case to the ref about his opinion on that. Johnson and McGreen are back deep. I could have sworn that NYPD blocked the extra point. If that was the case, if FDNY came away with it and they weren't touched, they can throw it. Horowitz with a line drive kick. McGreen fields it, and he still can't field it. Mustafa Young picks it up, and he's going to be brought down inside the 5, and a face mask penalty against FDNY just rewarded NYPD 15 yards. So NYPD was about to get the ball inside their own 5-yard line. The 15-yard penalty moves NYPD up. What a huge mistake there by FDNY. You cannot do that. Chris McGreen is fumbling with the football off his leg.
Personal foul, grabbing the face mask.
And a face mask on Tim Dollison. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. This is incredible with the way this is all panned out. It's mistake after mistake after mistake, but it's also heroic play after heroic play. Hector, I agree with you. You can't throw the ball on a blocked extra point. I agree with you 100%. But we're not entirely sure who got a piece of that, and Ryan overthrows roll. Incomplete. Look, ladies and gentlemen, have your own opinions on the play, but the result is an FDNY 2-point conversion. The officials allowed the play to continue. Heedles made the throw for the 2-point conversion. Ryan, twins to each side, looking. Throws, caught by Roll, dropped by Roll. He caught it for a moment, but juggled it. 3rd and long upcoming with 27 seconds left.
Third down coming up.
Despite the 2 touchdowns for Mark Bobby, I'd have to give my most outstanding player to John Conklin. because John Conklin has played a miraculous game coming in relief in the second half. Struggled a little bit at the beginning, but he picked it up when it mattered. NYPD, 5 receiver set here with Roll in the slot. This is a deep cover 4 here for FDNY. Ryan looking, throwing in the direction of Johnson. Intercepted by the FDNY. Tim Dollison takes a knee, and that's going to put the icing on the cake, ladies and gentlemen.
Intercepted. Dollison on the intercept.
Dollison had a pick last year against PD as well. Matthew Jones says, I do believe if the ball isn't touched, then it's after blocked, then it's okay to throw. As FDNY, they're going to put the icing on the cake here and take a knee on this ball. NYPD is going to come up short. 18 seconds remain. Maggie says, love my mama boys. Carasquillo back to back to back. Conklin will take a knee on it. Final seconds are going to tick off here, ladies and gentlemen. So at 10 o'clock is when the game ends. Outstanding performance as FDNY wins the Fun City Bowl for the 3rd straight year. Absolutely remarkable what the FDNY was able to do, winning the Fun City Bowl in 3 straight years. As we're going to have John Heffernan down on the field with an interview once the teams exchange hands. NYPD now leads the rivalry 31 games to 18. What a game. FDNY wins. What a comeback. To recap, FDNY, they took the lead early in this game. They were up 14-0. NYPD came back. We were all knotted up at 21. And then FDNY, led by John Conklin, who threw a 4-yard strike to Mark Bobby. Time of the game, 3 hours and 18 minutes. And we'll see here the team shaking hands. Kieran Fitzgerald had a touchdown catch for NYPD. Chris McGrain had a couple of nice catches. Kyle Johnson, I had what I believe the official yardage was a 93-yard touchdown catch. We'll have to watch the film and get the official review on that. Tyler Ryan had 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions on the day. Chris Rigoli started the game. As we're going to have an interview in just a moment, folks. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will have the presentation of the Fun City Bowl trophy rewarded to the fire department. Tommy Heedles, what a finish, but this is a good example of why you need an 8-man ref crew. Great job in the booth. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, James. Tom LaMacchia with the comment. And FDNY, 3 years in a row, they will finish their season undefeated, and there might be another game for them. Potential national championship berth, pending on the league and the official wording. NYPD will have to wait and see if this was their last game of the season or not. We will know later on. And we're going to send it down. We're going to send it down to the field to John Heffernan right now for our post-game interview. John, whenever you're ready.
An amazing finish to the 2022 version, NYPD versus FDNY. You got inserted into the ball game in the second half. I'm here with quarterback John Conklin. John, you got on the job with the FDNY in March of this year. Coach Peak put you in the ball game, replacing with goalie. You orchestrate one of the drives, has to be of your life here in the fourth quarter to get the tying touchdown. Take us through that final drive.
I just trusted in my O-line, give me time to throw the ball, and my receiver. I don't know, they made plays.
You had a couple of huge runs there. That final drive, obviously the ability to scramble is important. You seem to will your way to victory today.
I don't know. Team was sorry, I'm fucking speechless.
All right, Tommy Heedles, the 2-point conversion of the century. Can you believe it? The former quarterback for the Bravest starts at running back today, and one of the most bizarre 2-point plays you'll ever see in your life. Will you walk us through it, Tommy?
Kenny he rolled one back to me. He had a tough day, but I just do what I know him to do. I picked up that ball and I scrambled and Kenny turned around and made the catch.
So it's a low snap. Horowitz gets it blocked. The ball's loose. What are you thinking and what happened?
Just make a play. It came down to the last play and the ball was in my hands and I did it. Just trust my instincts.
So you get it out of your hands and walk us what you see from your perspective.
I'm facing the left side. The defense just came in pretty strong. I couldn't get it clean down, so I picked it up. I just looped around. I just said, someone must have called fire. Cunningham made a great play, turned around. No flag. Not too many guys downfield.
You decide to launch it.
I seen Cunningham open, yeah.
So you see Cunningham in the end zone. Did you think it was a sure thing, or you just sort of closed your eyes and let it eat?
My state's wide open. Why not?
So the former quarterback completes the 2-point play to Cunningham. Win FDNY. I mean, one of the wildest finishes we'll ever see. The fire department of New York retains the championship after the win in 2021 on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. They're champions again. The presentation of the trophy happening right now. An intense game all around. A wild finish. Tom Scavetta, you take it away from here on the field with Tommy Beatles, quarterback, who throws the 2-point conversion to Cunningham for the win. FDNY, one for the ages. Tom Scavetta, back up to you.
Thank you very much, John Heffernan, talking with John Conklin, the MVP of this year's Fun City Bowl, and Tommy Heedles. And it was interesting. I didn't see Cunningham make that play at first glance, but now we know Cunningham making the play, the reception on that 2-point conversion pass from Tommy Heedles. Nicely done. Heedles to Cunningham for the 2-point conversion. And if Heedles doesn't make that heads-up play, ladies and gentlemen, this game's headed to overtime like it did 3 years ago. So NYPD still without the trophy. They have not had it since early June of 2019. NYPD loses the Fun City Bowl for the third year in a row in an absolute heartbreaker. They held a 6-point lead late until FDNY took it over. And folks, if you have any last comments, feel free to pitch them in the comments section here. Appreciate everybody from both sides. NYPD, FDNY, First Responders Children's Foundation, everybody who's tuned in tonight, you have all been awesome. We really appreciate you. And way to go, John Conklin. So proud of you, says Marianne Ford Ogden. Thank you so much. Tina Sanseverino, great job, FDNY. Margaret Ott Day says, way to go. Number 96, And I believe we're going to wait for John to get back up here for the final credits. Okay, so, folks, what we're waiting on right now, John Heffernan is trying to get John Cunningham for a quick, brief interview.
2-1 back.
Here we are.
2-point. Drawn up any crazier than what happened on the final moments there?
No, definitely not. We practiced all the time, but once we didn't see the ball kicked, we know to go to the pylon, get over there, get open, and Tommy threw a perfect pass.
So Horowitz has the extra point block to the all-important that would have given you the go-ahead, or it was a bad snap. Ball's loose. Needles go to the end zone. What are you thinking?
Yeah, we practiced it. Happened all, but
it was broken. Were you in the right place at the right time, or is that something that was
a little deeper in the end zone? But I got there. So,
John, for the ages, 2-point conversion game, wild finish. Any final you guys put out tonight?
PD's an awesome team. It got chippy, but it always does, and it's amazing.
And one of our MVPs here was receiving the pass from Heedles on the 2-play FDN 2022 Fun City Bowl. Back up to you, Tommy.
Thank you very much, John Heffernan. That was John Heffernan and John Cunningham down at the field. Cunningham, the recipient of the 2-point conversion. And are we waiting for John Heffernan to get back up here? Yes, we will, folks. So stay tuned for just another couple moments as Heffernan takes his job up to the stands. You can see from afar here FDNY hoisting the 2022 Fun City Bowl trophy. Wow, interviews with Conklin, Heedles, and Cunningham. What a night for the fire department of New York City. Let's also note Chris Rigoli threw 2 touchdown passes in this game. He was great. We had Evan Flowers score the touchdown on the blocked punt. We also had Joe Herman and Marco Bobby, the recipients. And folks, before John Heffernan comes back, we're going to step aside for a quick 1-minute break. Don't go anywhere. John and I have our final thoughts when we return.
There is a mental health crisis in this country that has hit the children of first responders the hardest. These kids live each day with the fear that their first responder parent may not come home.
I didn't get to say good night or I love you or I'll see you soon. That's been the hardest part for me.
It was very restless at nights when he'd have to go in for a fire because it was a really big fire and they asked for more people. So he got scared every once in a while every time he had to go in.
A lot of kids don't feel comfortable talking to their parents about this information. Where if they knew that there was resources out there, I think they would use them.
No child should have to carry this burden. The First Responders Children's Foundation Resiliency Program provides mental and behavioral health support. Join us in our mission. Their future depends on...
Folks, welcome back to Mitchell Field. 2022 Fun City Bowl. John, you were doing a million things.
Unbelievable. I mean, well, the people doing a million things was the fire department of New York City. I've never seen an ending to a football game quite like the one we saw tonight. Excuse me for being out of breath.
I'll let
just
you
on the
catch
field.
your breath. But
I mean, just unbelievable. And what's funny is John Cunningham, the recipient of that 2-point conversion on the busted extra point attempt, said they've practiced that before.
Really?
And it paid off. Big dividends. Heedles, former quarterback, I mean, you can't plan it any better, picks up the loose ball and converts the winning 2-point conversion to give the fire department of New York City the win in the 2022 Fun City Bowl. Defending champs, now back-to-back champions. And a wild finish to a very fragmented game. Tom, a lot of penalties.
Yes.
But you really gotta. I love the humility of Conklin, who just didn't have a whole lot to say at the 50-yard line after the game. A humble, quiet kid, but I got to tell you, he showed who he was tonight. Inserted into the ball game in the second half, and he willed the fire department of New York City to a victory tonight.
Need to give Chris Rigoli some credit as well. 2 touchdown passes from him in the first half. But Conklin is the MVP.
Chris. You know, that's been a 1-2 punch by design by first-year head coach Cam Peake. We saw it against the Tri-State Shields. We saw it again here tonight. And if nothing taken away from Chris Rigoli. I think the fact that he is selfless enough to let Conklin have his do his thing. Two very different style quarterbacks, but it's worked all season, and the fire department of New York City is now undefeated at 5-0, and the 2022 Fun City Bowl champions.
NYPD's touchdowns tonight were scored by Kyle Johnson, Nico Ramirez, and Danny Roll. FDNY, you had Joe Herman, you had Mark Bobby twice, and then you had Evan Flowers on that blocked punt. Time of the game was 3 hours and 18 minutes. John, any final thoughts before we sign off?
I want to give credit to Tyler Ryan. This guy was beat up all game long. They were putting him back together with duct tape tonight. He kept coming out there and played banged up and did an admirable job, brought his team, got them the lead, came back, and, just a game of penalties that really slowed things down tonight, but just that's the way it was called, and it was called that from the opening kick. And also another guy that I really want to give credit to that stood out tonight, the toughness of Danny Roll. That kid is tough. He is fast. I'm talking about the running back for the police department. Impressed the heck out of me. And, this is a rivalry. It's well-attended, and it's that way for a reason. If you haven't had an opportunity to see these two teams play, be sure to be here next year. Watch it again on YouTube tonight, tomorrow. It'll be posted. And what a thrill. What an amazing day, from the Navy SEALs jumping out of the sky, 4 parachutes, the flyby by the NYPD choppers, the turnout, the bag and pipe crew, the fans. Just a gorgeous day and so much fun. And you really couldn't have scripted it any better, Tom.
Absolutely, and we want to thank...
if you're a fan of FD, but just a competitive, crazy game. Entertaining.
We want to thank Steve Orr, the FDNY Vice President, for coming up here in the booth, as well as Jillian Crane, the President of the First Responders Children's Foundation, and George Burke, the NYPD football team president. They were all awesome interviews, and John, I want to thank you as always.
Absolutely. I better get first-year Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell in here next. We missed you. And also Kavanaugh, we missed you. We got to have you back here next year or come up to the booth. We missed you guys. You're doing a great job, and we'd love to talk to you. But anyway, Tom, yes, go ahead.
Folks, we'd like to thank all the viewers on Facebook Live and everyone for tuning into our coverage tonight. Tonight's broadcast was a production of the First Responders Children's Foundation. Our executive director was George Zayas. Head producer was Joe Ryder. Technical operators were Mike Lombardi, Bahir Mustafa, and Tim Austin. For John Heffernan, I'm Tom Scavetta saying so long from Uniondale, New York. The final score, FDNY 29, NYPD 27. You've been watching the 2022 Fun City Bowl here on Facebook Live. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody!